backyard is.
Yes, indeed.
And the other question is, he needs to leave the Pope's funeral alone and have one himself. I mean, did you see him? He got lost. He thought he was at his own funeral. I mean, for the one time, I wish he was right.
Well, I'll tell you what. Check this out. Salute to my brother ABM, man. Has checked into the cook up, checking into the kitchen. Brother ABM, man. Salute, brother ABM. What's popping with
And
you,
he's
man?
out of Baltimore. Hey,
Yes.
God bless Baltimore. Even the crime is down there. I can't believe that with that moist smell you got, but something good's happening in Baltimore.
Oh man, ABM, sir, are you up to speed, man? What's happening? What's shaking with you, sir? And then I'm gonna go to you, brother Negro.
Hey, yeah. Hey, thanks for letting me on. Yeah, I'm up to speed.
Okay. What say you about this debauchery, man?
It's the double standard, man. Women, you know, they got their little cute little word for when they older and they want to bang young boys. It's called cougar.
Come on.
What's the male version? What's the cute little word for men that want to bang young chicks like Leonardo DiCaprio? Yeah, it's the double standard. They all do it. Mary J. Blige.
Oh, I know what the word is. It's called successful.
Come on. Right.
It's called options. It's called options.
No, it's successful.
Right.
Nobody
Man,
criticizes a rich person that does what the hell they please. Okay.
Right.
She don't care what age she is as long as a dollar bill is stuck up inside of him. Now, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, to me, as long as the word says dollar on it, they don't care who's doing it if you're rich enough. I wish that weren't so. I don't advocate it, but that is a fact. And my God, if the denomination is more than a zero, Lord Jesus, you're in like Flynn. And for people who are brought up by their mothers to treat their vaginas as an American Express card, and they don't leave home without it, and if they do, can you like take it off like an accessory and put it back on? Only when they're married. Okay. You know what I'm saying, Chef C.
Right.
All right.
Well, I'll say this, brother ABM, man. You know, and salute, man. I'm glad you checked in with us for the first time, man. And
Thank you.
you know, again, we are, you know, really, we've watched this whole thing go on. It's very selective outrage. There was no outrage for Elvis, pretty boy Elvis, right? Woody Allen married his adopted stepchild. Can we keep this a buck? Huh? Su Yi done got bent over by Woody. Woody gave it a Woody.
He didn't have much, so you should have said a twig.
Hey, man. But there was no outrage in that area for him.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? He's married to her, and mainstream media has not decided to blast that all over the place.
But what is Woody Allen ethnically? And so let's not. He's a GCP. Yeah, he's a GCP. And so that changes that. It's the same way that people are more interested in putting out Diddy's list than Epstein's list. Diddy may work for GCP. Diddy may sleep with GCP, but Diddy ain't GCP.
See?
Clive Davis is GCP. Weinstein is GCP. Right? Bernstein is GCP. Whole lot of GCP do what they want to do. GCP will do what GCP want to do. But if you ain't GCP, and see, if Shannon is the person we talk about, Shannon probably popped a GCP booty when he doesn't understand that he's a cushy Shabbos goy. And I forget that other word that they use. Oh my God, Schwarzer. A Schwarzer Shabbos goy cushy. And you got some GCP pooty when you're a Schwarzer goy, right? And the Schwarzer goy isn't supposed to get pooty from a GCP. He's supposed to get it from a Schwarzer Shiksa goy. Get what I'm saying? You live in you work with people in New York. You know exactly what I said. I'm like 5% Jewish. I can say what the hell I want. And yes, I know some Yiddish. I don't care. I'm gonna talk about it. And I can get in trouble. I mean, I don't have any tattoos, but I do have Holocaust survivors in the family. I'll say what I want to say.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me go to the brother Negro, and I'm gonna spin back to brother ABM. Then we go to the Wolf. Brother Negro, man, are you up to speed, sir? I know you checked in from Biden's backyard. You might be close to where he was sleeping with his daughter in the bedroom.
It was a shower. They were showering together, and apparently his genitalia was nose level with his daughter. I hope she didn't think it was an albino Tootsie Roll.
Go ahead, brother Negro. You got the flow, sir.
Yeah, I haven't had the liberties to take that field trip yet, but I'll keep you posted. You know, I already did my rounds at what's his name? What do you call that guy? Dr. Umar's spot. I already done pulled up there. I got a bunch of pull-up lists that I got to pull up and checking it list and checking it twice. So I'll keep you posted about Biden's backyard in more detail when I get a chance.
Were the lights on at his school?
Hey, man, ask if the yard was kept. How about we start there? Was the grass cut? That's what we need to be asking.
No,
were the doors open?
Were the rat holes?
That's what we need to be asking.
Were the rat holes plugged at least? Did they at least have a dumpster?
Bro, man, Dr. Short, it has a long way to go. That's I hope that a Black American takes over that school and actually teach us the history we need to be taught.
He's been collecting money nonsense. 15 years. I mean, he could at least put some AstroTurf down, don't you think?
He could have gave us that online school, like you said, too. During COVID, we needed him then, too. And he would have got funding for that.
Well, the only thing online for him is his ego.
Well, I'll tell you what, gentlemen, real quick. I'm gonna go to Wolf, and then I'm gonna go to brother ABM. But I'm gonna say this before we get too far here, y'all. Here's another one that a lot of folks just like to let go slide. Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise, to be very clear, and some folks gonna say, "Oh, that's not a big deal." But Tom Cruise was 42 when he married Katie Holmes. She was 27.
Okay, well, have you noticed he looks like Nancy Pelosi in this picture here? Just okay.
So brother Wolf, brother Wolf, you're a seasoned, ordained gentleman, and then I gotta go to the guard, brother ABM. What is too young, sir? Right? Or is that being determined on who they feel like being outraged at the time? What say you, sir? What is too young? 20?
Well, what, in Western culture, or are you talking global?
Which part of Western culture? Because GCPs, according to the Talmud, they can get theirs in 3 days and ain't too young. So, I mean, which part of Western culture? GCP is 3 days and up. Okay. So, we can start at 3 days. Will anybody go a week? Some will go a week, 2 weeks. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna stop being honest. I don't want us to get this pulled down.
Well, give me a second. It might get pulled down anyway, but hey, I'm gonna go back to you shortly. Let me get to brother Wolf. Finish your thoughts, sir. What say you? What's too young? 15, 20 years? Yeah, 10 years? What say you, sir?
Man, that's a trick question.
Nah, come on.
Only because, well, here it is. What's too young? Oh man, I'm not messing with no teens. No teens for me. No teens. If I'm in my 40s and 50s and all that, 30s, because they haven't matured mentally yet. Man, I'm cautious about speaking on this only because
of what I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
The crimes I've seen perpetrated amongst the youth by older predators, whether male or female. And so, but I think that I think the teens just too young.
You think the teens are too young? Teens are just too young. Okay, so age gap, right? Because again, shout out to Aaliyah. Age ain't nothing but a number. If you only understand.
That's true, except in a courtroom.
Right. So that's listen. Let's have a conversation. I'm gonna go to Brother ABM. Okay. Brother Wolf says teens are too young. Okay. Now, we're looking at a situation where Dre Michelle's in her late 30s. She's going with the young bull. He's about early 20s. Right? So we're looking about at least a 10-year gap there. Is that too wide of an age gap? Is that too young? What say you, Brother ABM?
The age gap is only a problem when you're not wealthy and you're a man. When you're a woman or you're a wealthy white man, nobody will bitch about the age gap. Leonardo DiCaprio, he stayed with a teenage broad.
Cool.
Leonardo DiCaprio is pushing 60. You know, it's when you're a black man and you're not wealthy. See, Shannon got a problem because he's wealthy, but he's still black.
And he's stupid.
So, of course, he's going to hear shit.
Slave black. Yeah,
Oh, he's Mississippi black. Ain't he from Mississippi?
I thought he said he was an Alabama boy.
He's something down there, so, you know, yeah, he's going to hear it. But when you're a woman, and, you know, black women are the biggest hypocrites on this.
Amen.
All the time.
Where's my tambourine?
Come on. Come with that shit. Come with
Yeah, it's the age-old double standard. It's, you know what I mean, certain people can get away with shit and some you can't.
It's pork chop injustice.
Me personally, I wouldn't do it, but at the same time, I mean, 19, you can join the Marine Corps.
Come on.
So, I mean, what are we saying? Are you too? So, you're too young to have sex with a 50-year-old man, but you could drive tanks for the Marine Corps.
So you can die for your country. You can die for you. You can. You can die for your country, but you can't get a nut busted inside of you for your country. That's interesting.
Keep cooking, ABM, man. Keep cooking this shit, man. Cook this shit up, man.
I'm just saying. I mean, which one is it? I mean, you can get a mountain of student loan debt when you're 19, right? You can get an abortion when you're 19, right? I mean, so what are we saying?
You can get an abortion
Either
before
19 is too young, or it's appropriate.
You can get an abortion at 15, at 13, at 11. I mean, it depends on which state. So to me, I'm sorry. Forgive me for interjecting here. I'm completely against pedophilia. I'm one of the loudest mouths. I hate pedophilia. I can't stand pedophiles. However, I have an issue here. I have an issue that the father of our country, George Washington, who's seen as the greatest American, indulged in sex with people under the age of 17, as did Thomas Jefferson, as did many other people. In fact, many of our Southern gentlemen, if you remember my book that I did on the Angry Black Men's Book Club when rape was legal, many, almost all white men of prominent families came of age having sex with girls black as young as 11. I'm saying it's morally wrong. But as the brother said, that's why I said what you call an older man with a younger woman that's very young, I said successful. It's always been the privilege of super wealthy people to do what they want. And not only do they screw young kids, they screw animals. And in fact, some people have fans only where they do it with their dogs. And it's interesting. You can't beat an animal to protect yourself without getting charges, but you can have sex with one. It's interesting. This is in reality Anglo-American culture. So pedophilia is as American as racism and the 4th of July. And for people to have sex with young people, when you sexualize young people, these same people bitching and complaining about him screwing someone in their 20s are the same people teaching kids how to fuck when they're 3 and 4 in school and having drag queen story hour. So you're sexualizing kids early, teach them how to put lubricants in their orifices, and then say, well, but you have to wait until you have to be 25 before you get some. Hell, a lot of people don't live to 25. So frankly, I'm against the age of consent being lowered, but this hypocrisy, and I'm going to just say to it, black women, we're going to have it out today. I don't give a fuck. You guys are spoiled. It's good if you mess with someone young. You guys do the majority of the child molesting in the black community, and yet you don't, no one even calls you on it because you're female. You guys do the majority of the lying in custody court. You get the majority of the divorces. Whatever it is, you pick the worst of people. You bypass good guys. They're corny. And then, by the way, obesity is now the new in shape. All of this stuff is shaped to puff you guys up in the wrong. And actually, as much as black men get talked shit about, most black men acquiesce and try to accommodate black women in dumb shit. It's stupid. I literally had to, I have a dear friend, a young brother who is doing work in the legal field. And they have, I believe, a client that's bullshitting them. And they were being soft with the person not being honest with them, I feel. And I says, you wouldn't treat a man the same way. You would demand full disclosure as an attorney. Why did the woman get a different standard of disclosure with you that you demand of a man? That's how most black men are bitch brotherfuckers. They have a very high standard for black men. They have no standard for people with vaginas. And black women also don't have a standard for each other, depending on what the situation is. If I don't like her, I have a high standard. If I like her, I have no standard. So if Beyonce walked around topless with a carrot hanging out of her vagina, you would say, oh, that's fashionable because you like Beyonce. But if you didn't like Beyonce, you'd say she's trampish. The ladies have a super weird morality and standard system, and general women do. But black American women, I'm sorry, you guys have the worst. You guys claim that you are the backbone of the community, but you're against family. You're the biggest people for killing babies. Y'all have the highest rate of divorce. Y'all have the highest rate of, breakup. You have the disproportionate number of kids in child and family services. All this shit on the strong, empowered woman thing. And it's a fucking morass. And the other thing is also have a super low fertility rate. So we have a lot of folks, high student debt, all these issues. And nobody can say shit because, well, yes, we're in racial war for survival. And you want to function like white women who are in the dominant group who started the war and expect the same thing when they had a 400-year advantage. You guys are fucking schizophrenic. You're a tangle of psychopathy. So when black women, I'm thinking there's some woman with a guy and she's in her 40s and he's just 20 something and everybody praised her. And she doesn't have as much money as Shannon Sharp and she's not offering a payout to the young guy. And nobody talks about that. When Demi Moore is with Ashton Kutcher and that falls apart and he's cheating.
There you go.
It's only when it comes time to mouthing off and being Jezebels against black patriarchal authority, then all of a sudden you guys have a tangle of hypocritical, contradicting standards to which nobody gives a fuck. And proof of that, white men are so angry, they're destroying everything to get back at you guys for mouthing off for the last 4 years. So Letitia James, who is a Caribbean, but They don't see that. They see her as a Black American woman. They are busting Black American women's asses across the land. Letitia James is going to go down. $41,000 for 6 private chartered jet flights. Is that whole crazy? I mean, aside from looking like the Incredible Hulk with the weave on, making enemies with the most powerful people in the world, I mean, oh, you're not even from this country. You're doing this shit. You're stupid. I don't know. The feminism makes women dumb. If you're a feminist, you're stupid. I'm almost done. The other stupid ass woman, if I could get to her, Fanny Clitis, a little dumb hole down in Atlanta. I mean, when you're sharing emails talking about all the people you screwed in the office, don't they realize if anybody just got excited, they could charge her with sexual harassment and civil rights violations and ruin her and disbar her, not just get her in trouble for what she did with Trump, but you know what? In reality, and all of this bullshit, most Black men are simps that protect Black women and their collective stupid shit. And therefore you're protected, even though you don't want it, you don't appreciate it, you need it. And and in reality, when white men come down on us because we don't stick together, in part because you don't teach your kids how to read, you fight with the teachers in the school. Instead of teaching your kids how to read, you get nail appointments. You're giving people SpaghettiOs and shit and chips and pop, giving them premature diabetes because you don't cook or feed them. Your excuse is a food desert. Your ass can make it to the casino. Why can't you go another mile or two to a grocery store? This bullshit that's been going on for the last 30, 40 years, this house is condemned and it's falling in on everyone's head. And part of that falling in on someone's head is that men are opting to do other. And I'm not necessarily talking about being gay, which is they're quickie gay, right? And yet half of y'all are lesbians. That's another contradiction. You have so much Black lesbian. I mean, you know what? I'm surprised that that I guess the Black communities would be sex toy deserts. We have so many studs. So many studs, so many studs. We could do that to make that bossa nova song. So many studs. We'll do that one day, okay? You know how to do music, Chef C. We have so many studs who abuse kids and rape girls and rape boys and all that. Sort of like what happened with Whitney Houston, her brother. And everyone's protecting whichever lesbian and Dionne Warwick's family raped Whitney and her brother. And everybody prefers to put it on Bobby Brown because he's a Black man. Even though there's a Black man raped in the story, no sympathy for him. Nobody's looking for Gary or whatever the hell is in it. It's just Whitney because she's female, because we live in a goddess worship, pagan, satanic culture where you worship the sainted grandmother that goes to church and gives all of her money to the bisexual preacher that molests all the kids. This is the kind of matriarchal bullshit world we're in. And a lot of people have opted out of it. They're either not getting married, a huge number, they're not getting married, or they're getting with other people, they're getting younger. And again, I think there was some sister, I don't know, she tried to crack on me, and you got like 4 or 5 adult kids, and you decide you want to just have some fun and shit. And I've never been married before. Why would I want an old person, with enough love handles to be a basic training camp for the Marines? I mean, no. No. And your kids that will talk to me like I'm a peer and shit, I don't fucking want that. So yes, I would get someone younger. I was talking to a friend. He's like, well, that's too young. And I just switched the logic around. I did counter feminist thought, and I says, it's my dick, not yours. Mind your business. When they want to kill a baby, they say it's my body. Well, when you want a younger woman, you say it's my dick. See, it's not easy. Your body to kill a baby, your body to sleep with a thug that's not going to take care of you, that's going to leave you with bastards, and then you try to do paternity fraud in the court. If all of that it's my body shit is for you, then it's my dick some of the time should count for me. Let me land my plane.
Brother. Salute to our brother, Dr. Short. Listen, let me go to my sister Star, man, and then I'm going to the Negro. Sister Star, first and foremost, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. First and foremost, salute to our sister Star for always riding with us, man. Yes, indeed.
For being the greatest white woman online.
That's a fact, man. You know, listen, we done got Sister Star. I knew it was real today. We done got Sister Star up top. Listen,
oh my goodness.
Sis, let me ask you a question. Sure. Very keep it nice and simple, sis.
Okay.
What is too young? Right? Because according to Aaliyah, age ain't nothing but a number, and according to the rest of these folks, age ain't never been nothing but a number. So what is too young? And is the outrage valid that we're seeing for select people that the media has chosen to target? What say you, sis?
Oh, okay. So you gave me a twofold question.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. First off, it's selective outrage. We're dealing with a culture now that idolizes celebrities, so they're kind of like living vicariously through their celebrities. So they're not going to judge them.
Okay, I can take that. That's a fact. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
When it's too young, if the person you're dealing with and your children are kind of like close in age, that's going to be too young.
Hold on, spin that black one more time.
No problem. If the person that you're choosing to deal with, who is younger, if they're kind of close in age to the children that you have, I think that's too young.
So so Sister Star says, yeah, salute to my Sister Star. She says, listen, if your kids were at the same park as hers, per se, right? And they on the same swing at the same time, you shouldn't be dating them.
Correct.
So there you go. So now in the case with Drea, right? In the case of Drea, now dating her son's friend, actually not dating, excuse me. I'm giving too much. Pregnant, right? Pregnant in a mug, had the baby, going to the games. In the case of Drea, and actually, Drea watched this young bull grow up. I heard she actually babysat this young man at one point.
That's a predator. That is a predator. That is somebody who is grooming that child from.
Look. This is what predators look like, y'all.
That's
in today, huh? So again, I mean, I'm calling it. I gotta say, it's selective outrage, personally for me, and your media. Particularly in the case of who they decide to target, when they decide to target them. I'm sure these folks, they have their small little cabal, but chef, you got your, here you come with your conspiracy theories and fuck you. Okay? They say, listen, this is the one person we're going at right now. For a few months, we got nothing but media on P. Diddy. Salute to the 100+ in the building already. Right? Media coverage day in and day out on Diddy.
24 hours.
Okay. When the last time we seen that energy for this guy? Matter of fact, hold on. Let me do you one better. Let me do you one better. When have we seen this energy for him? Woody Allen. He adopted the chick. More than likely, he was doing the Joe Biden, going into her bedroom.
How about that?
Huh? And it's alleged, for those, I mean, I hear people are starting to sue little small platforms now too, but hey, that little girl wouldn't have known nothing about a Woody Allen because the finances and the demographic wouldn't even put them two together unless he decided to be a master groomer. Okay?
Yes.
a master groomer. He said, listen, man, you know what? In order to have it exactly the way I want, I got to bring it into my house first. Raise it up. You know, like cattle.
Yes. I agree.
You know, high grade cattle, raise it up. And then when it's right at the what I consider prime age, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take that.
Yeah, because you lay the groundwork down. That's what a predator does.
Come on.
It doesn't strike all at one time. A predator is going to play the long game. It's going to slowly ease that prey in.
Oh, so the predators don't want no quick licks. They want to slow roll it. You know, so listen. With that being said, my sister Star, I want to ask you one final question for you. Listen, how long? Well, first and foremost, the phenomenon with the cougar woman is this a new phenom, or these older women have always been among us hitting licks on young bulls? What say you?
They've always been in our midst. It's just never been talked about as loudly as it is now. It's been normalized now.
Is it something
but it's always been around?
Always been around. So should this be something that the community collectively decides to rectify? Or is it better to keep the seasoned cougar around and raise up the young buck?
Why are you gonna ask me that, Chef?
Hey, you listen. Hey, what say you, sis? You let me know. Yes, let me know.
Yes,
Ask me that question. Ask me the question again, Chef.
Yeah. I said, is it better to keep the cougar around so she can help raise up the young bull? What say you?
No, because see, these cougars that you're speaking of, these are school teachers eyeing their students. These cougars are working in daycare centers.
Churches.
Churches, thank you. So no. I'm going to say it's got to be reined in.
It's got to be reined in. Listen, listen, shout out to my sister DW. She said Lil' Kim old ass ex-boyfriend was 22 years old. Huh? 22 years old, Lil' Kim that looked like a Mr. Potato Head meets Barbie mutation gone bad. Okay?
No, she looks like a bulimic Jabba the Hutt.
Oh my goodness.
You know, so I mean, listen, Sister Star, I don't know what your situation is, but you know, let me just hypothetically, if you was out there on the field, would you entertain a young bull?
I am not going to answer that question. You are not going to put me out there like that.
Okay, and you know what? She answered that like a real woman, not like a pork chop. A pork chop would have given a justification for doing something that was wrong. In fact, would have said. In fact, the pork chop would have said all men do it to justify why she did it, instead of some men do it. So she answered that like a sister. Thank you for
Shout
having
out to Sister
integrity.
Star. I like how you sidestep that, sis. Shout out to Sister Star.
Well, we're in a society where nobody has shame anymore.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people have shame. That's why men use Viagra. It's a lot of women that don't have shame, which is why we have fat shaming BS. So a lot of men have shame. Their car ain't nice enough. Can't keep it up long enough. Men feel shame. And by the way, there's no mercy. If the man can't get it up, it's it's a crime. If she weighs 500 pounds, which she can handle, he should just deal with it. That's how all of us black women age. Bullshit. Stay away from KFC and Popeyes. It's real easy.
Let me keep this thing flowing, y'all. Thank you, Sister Star, for checking in with us. Sis.
Thank you, Sister
Ladies
Star.
and gentlemen, our Sister Star. See, the
Take care.
women is coming through, man. We starting to get more ladies on the panel.
Yeah.
I love it.
And no pork chops. Thank God for the Wazzies.
Yeah, another one for that.
For the
Another
real
one.
people.
Another one. Thank you, Sister.
Take care, brother.
All right. Man, gentlemen, let's get back to this thing. Shout out to our Sister Star. Brother Negro. Matter of fact, let me set you up properly, Brother Negro. Because Brother Negro just sent me some phenomenal photos, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? And why are they so phenomenal? Well, the lady that your brother Shannon Sharp, you know, the 19-year-old OF chick, right? Before I do that, though, let me show y'all. Let me give y'all a little picture of what you can see here from Madonna living her best life. Madonna has always been on her Stella Got a Groove back. She was giving it up to Tupac when he was around. All right, let me show y'all something.
Did she even have something to give away? She's so used up.
Well, she gave it to Dennis Rodman. She gave it to, man, that thing so stretched
It looks
out.
like some Swiss cheese.
Ugh. I couldn't even. This is your girl Madonna, y'all. I got the stretch face. She got the face pulled and snatched. She got her a young little dude that she can blood suck off. Look at her. She looks like a damn vampire.
She's a compire.
Look at that. That chick looks wild. Hold on, let me blow it up for the family. Let me zoom in.
Man, brother, you forgetting about them Kardashians, mama. Come on now.
Okay.
No. She had an older dude last I checked, but
No, he ain't that old. She's 20 years that senior. She got some years on him. He's still a grown brother. He a grown man, but she still got years on him. You dig what I'm saying?
Can I say something while we're doing this? And I want to say to all the people on my channel, I took a step away so I could bring all of my new book purchases in. But now I want to get back to y'all and Pat Talk. Look
at this.
I've done genealogical research. If you look at some of the 1870 and 1880 and 1890 censuses, you're going to see you'll see a good number of black families where the black woman is oftentimes many years older than the man, and they have children. So a lot of this thing is old for the women to have children by multiple men. And for women, in fact, let me just break it down to you. Sometimes the women, if they were widowed and they had some land, or they were freed and they couldn't work the land, you take on a younger dude, and for 4 squares, sex, and employment, and possibly a wedding ring that she paid for, you could make it. You have a lot of families where it was an older black woman that saw how hard that boy's back was picking cotton, so he could pick some of the lint out my coochie as well as pick cotton on my land. You move in, I'll cook, screw, and give you a place to stay. And people took it. We need to understand a lot of what's happening, not with so much Shannon Sharp. A lot of the sexual stuff in our community is transactional, and it's economically based. Due to economic disadvantages in war times and in a situation where population's under duress, people do things differently. They just do. So I'm not making it right, but a lot of soldiers who would never consort with prostitutes, you take a bunch of teenage guys off to war and they feel they're going to die, they may screw the first woman they see because they don't think I'll ever get a chance to get no one, but bust a nut while I'm alive. When you put people through the kind of stress that we're going through, God forbid the sexualized, highly sexualized culture, you're going to get awful behavior, and not to mention the complete complete disaster of fake American religions, all of them. My favorite one to pick on is the one I know best. The white church, which is basically a Nazis without a Hitler, although they try to keep finding a new one. And the black ones, I don't know, Reverend Ike with boys, Reverend Ike without boys, Reverend Ike with ladies, and sometimes Reverend Ike with men. Just you have a morally bankrupt religious culture. Like T.D. Jakes, if you heard, is stepping down to put his daughter in. He can't put his adopted sons up because I've heard it's rumored that, they're all turned out and buck broken. I hope not by him. I hope. So it's alleged, so they can't sue you. When you if he's the greatest preacher in the country with a lisp, and when T.D. Jakes talks, it's like his tongue is just maxed out at Planet Fitness. Just come on, y'all. I'm not lying. I've never seen a public speaker that spoke all the time that had a lisp, except for maybe Richard Simmons. But you keep seeing the similarity of who has the lisp. There's something about broke wrists, rainbow Skittles type people and lisp. And I don't know if they're trying to turn someone on that hears the tongue hissing, or if it just happens because, their tongue has maybe muscle spasms from all the work it's been doing. But I wouldn't be surprised at anything. And I don't justify any of it. I don't like it, but that is what we see. So with no God, expect no morals.
Well, that's a fact, brother Dr. Short, because in the apps, we're living in a time where atheists rule.
And everyone has been swallowed.
Pause. So check this out. I'm going to set this up right here, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, some of y'all may have heard the tape. Fair use to this content creator as well. I'm borrowing this real quick. And then I'm going to the brother Negro because I got a picture I need to bring up from the Negro.
You're just going to get mad at and you're just going to hang up on me. So I feel like...
I'm not going to hang up on you. It is what it is.
What does that even mean?
I forget it. You want to be a dick to me now, so.
I don't want to be. Don't manipulate me.
Oh, no, that mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke out of you when I see you. Thank you.
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Oh, God.
Yes, you do.
Oh, God.
Well, check this. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Watch this. Now, I got an extended version of that. Shout out to our supporter, one of our supporters of the program, sent me this extended clip here. All right, let me play something for y'all. Check this out.
Oh, yo, he got the bug eyes on.
No, he looks like Esther Roll. Damn.
Hold on, check this. Salute to the 120 in here. Check this out, y'all.
JJ.
Anything I say, you're just gonna get mad at, and you're just gonna hang up on me. So I feel like
I'm not gonna hang up on you. It is what it is.
what does that even mean?
I'm not forget it. You want to be a dick to me now, so.
I don't want to be. Don't manipulate me.
Oh, no, that mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to choke the shit out of you when I see you.
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
Well, I'm not really interested in getting choked, so I guess we're going.
I might choke you in public. Big black guy choke small white woman.
Oh, man.
Oh, he said my word.
Shannon.
Not a good look that you did what you did to me.
Shannon sounds.
Hey, big black guy chokes white woman.
Well, it
That is a broken back slave cat. This is a slave. Hold on.
This is a sick Negro.
That's a Negro for you right there.
Well, you know what?
Brother Doctor, hold on, Brother Doctor. I got to go to the Negro. This was his setup, and then I'll spin it to you. Brother Negro, I know you heard the slave buck. talking about the glory days, Mr. King Kong. Y'all remember, how many of y'all watch King Kong where he grabbed the little white girl and go up top to the top of the fucking building and he pat his fucking chest? Shannon Sharp, you damn fool. You're a fool.
Are you talking about that LeBron picture with that white woman on that GQ magazine or something like that, Minnie? And he caught slack for you. Are you talking about that picture?
Yeah, he looked like the gorilla Hun from the World War II propaganda. But you know that picture you had up there, he almost looked like Florida from Good Times with some RuPaul glasses on.
It's a damn fool. Go ahead, brother Negro. Talk to us about this photo, man. Look at the photo here, man. Let me pull that photo up. I couldn't pull the other one because it wouldn't let me pull it. It wouldn't let me pull it.
Man, see, the other one's a little personal because she got the hand on his chest. She got the hand on the little boy's chest. See, that's the young man that's about her age, right? And I noticed that this specific white dude is on her page, which makes me to believe she might be having something going on there. Something going on there. And he's on her Instagram multiple times. So my perspective, I hit you with that Diddy picture, that Cassie picture with her white boy, right? And my thing is that I really think that these white boys is talking to these white. They know they got the little fast loosey goosey white girl, right? So they say, you know what? If I can get some bread off of it, it's okay. That's what I'm seeing here, the type of play. And these guys are getting in the ears of these white girls.
No, they were born in the ears of those white girls, conditioned to take from others. But let me just say to y'all, if you want to know how reparations with Negroes and the moral, ethical gutter that we are right now, what reparations will look like, look at Shannon Sharp. And all of our money will go to other people that hate us, because I'll tell you something. As long as our folks, heaven to them is interracial sex with people that hate them. They'll pay any price. They'll betray or backstab any of us. Makes a whole effort for reparations and justice not worthwhile. Why should we suffer so much for a dumb fuck, burnt out jock like this dude? Yes, I said it.
Well, listen, that's little Becky
that's
right
that
there.
Picture. Yeah, that's that picture I want you to get from the set. See how personal and intimate that picture is? You can't tell me that she ain't out there 2-time and 3-time and 4-time.
But wait a minute. Did you see that movie Casino? Remember that movie Casino where the lady didn't want the rich Jewish guy that had $2 million in the bank for her? She wanted the little junkie dude that James Woods played. They're like that. Yeah. It's sort of like the sister that's demanding that the stockbroker brother take her to the finest of restaurants, and yet she gives pussy between the bars to the guy down at Rikers Island. I mean, this is American womanhood, or I should say feminism. This is feminism. With the stupid ass man dealing with the young feminist. He could have got himself a woman from anywhere else in the world, saved his time and money. He could have even choked a hoe that liked it. But for him, because he's a plantation slave, he felt like he was getting something special, getting this white woman and feeling like he's eating some of Master's snap peas that he's not supposed to get.
Right,
and he's just stupid. I mean, all the black jocks and celebrities, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, you dumb fuck semi-literate black men that make it in sports and entertainment, they give you guys the money because you're dumb as fuck. They expect it to end up, it says, a fool and his money soon part company, twice as so for dumbass coon fool who can't wait to throw their money at the feet of the Grand Dragon's daughter. I mean, they just gotta do it. And so, like I said, remember my friend that shot himself in the head over the white girl who was teaching his mixed race kids that they had together to celebrate the Confederacy? This is real. I mean, I love the brother Patrick. I tried to intervened to prevent a suicide. I tried. I didn't say I hate you because you're with the white woman. That's not how my head is. Do you get me? And so I've seen people get destroyed. I mean, the greatest power in the black community for many people is some snapping, what we call, what's that, the stuff that's a term that they use, some the white women that have, they have like a snapping crayfish type cooch with the little, with the clan woman hood hanging off of it. And certain black men they would drop an atomic bomb and kill everybody in Africa to be with the dirtiest, ugliest, snaggletooth white woman that they could find. And the same is so for a lot of black women that I've seen almost worship white men, especially if they have a couple of black eyes and shit. I've just seen it. Black self-hatred is worse than cancer, AIDS, everything. This hatred of God making you who and what you are and the group you're in. These folks, as Lone Wolf keeps saying, they're already dead to us. He's just dead to us with millions of dollars as people vicariously live through this guy. Man, in fact, we Negroes, we covet the wealth of these despicable, boule, celebrity, athlete type people who don't mean a goddamn thing to black folks. The same way I had to cuss out, and I would do it again, someone that had the nerve to say to me that Diddy going down is the loss of black wealth. It's not our collective money. It's that sorry-ass, dumbass black man's money that was never meant to touch any of us. It was just for us to drool over what he wouldn't share with us.
Come on. Listen, let me show this. I'm gonna show this. I see my brother Twizzle done checked in, but I'm gonna go to the Wolf, then I'm gonna holler at ABM, and then I'm gonna go to Twizzle, man. I see we got brothers in here tonight. But I want to wake this up for a second here. Hold on, let me do something.
Oh, you missing that Cassie picture too?
Okay, I'll pull that up. Look, I want to wake this up. Let me show y'all something. Okay, and definitely look at what Tammy said in here. I believe that the white boy is essentially pimping out the pale-faced chick, you know, to get to. I'm gonna read it. Give me a second. I'm just bugging. Let me read what Tammy said. I believe the white boys is using these ignorant white girls to burn these ignorant wealthy black men. That's a fact. I believe the white boy has been pimping out Becky for decades. And Negroes are late to the show. Negroes are late to that understanding. Okay? Becky has been getting auctioned out. Yeah, they set her out. You know, Becky been on the field. Look at this. Look, Shannon Sharp got hit up off of this. Some cats is running around saying, "Oh, well, chef, she got an ass on her for a white girl." Man, that shit is trash. That shit is. Man, listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, but the problem is a lot of times these type of dark Negroes here, right? Always, it don't even matter. They're gonna do whatever they gotta do to touch a Becky. You see how enslaved this Negro is? Millionaire. You got a C level, not even a C level. Not even what they say, 10s. This chick right here at best is maybe a 3.5. This is a 3.5. It's brother Kamala. This is a sick Negro. It's a 3.5 right here. Who hit damn near a $20 million lick. Cooked him. Flambéed him. Got him down bad because he had to touch the milk of magnesia cheeks. Yeah, me, milk of magnesia cheeks got him coughing up 20 M's. Nigga, you ain't never gonna be the same. You's a fool. And I'm glad that she, and you know what? Salute to her. Yeah. Fuck all of that black code shit. Salute to her. Hit that lick on these fool niggas like this. Hit the lick. I'm mad I wasn't pimping her out. That's the only time. Man, that's the only time Chef would consider that. Hit a lick on these niggas right here. It's the easiest way to go. Huh? You understand me? You got to hit a lick on this type of food. Let me get Twiz back up here, man. Hold on. Let me get Twiz. Hold on. What happened with Twiz, man? Let me get him.
Jeff, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. Your other one is up. I don't know what that is, man. But let me go. Yeah, give me a second. Let me go to the Wolf. Brother Wolf, man, talk to me, sir. First and foremost, what say you? Is this worth making a $20 million contribution right here, sir? Is it ordained enough in your eyes to let that go down? This ain't a sugar daddy. This is a sugar buck.
Well, let me say this. I think that every black male and female, when they make their decision to go outside their race and date, that they have already surrendered their power.
Okay.
See, we're not looking at the surrender. I mean, I know firsthand that if I get involved with them, there's a possibility that they can file some type of charges, make some type of allegations. You don't give up your power, especially when you know your value. See, it's apparent to me that he didn't know what his value was. Because when you know your value, you don't let nobody depreciate you. You don't where you can be taken for granted, accusations. So Shannon, to me, he's a jock. An old jock. No common sense. Because when I heard that tape, when I heard him talk, I can hear that he knew he didn't butt up.
Come on.
I literally can hear him. He knew he done messed up. That whole conversation was like just weird. But he knew he messed up. Again, that's an unresolved issue that came to the surface. He's gonna pay the price.
Break that up. Right.
Empathy or no sympathy for DrRandyShort or anybody who decides to get involved in these relationships when you know you got more to lose, and you do it anyway, you get what you deserve.
Well, and that's a fact. That's a wolf fact, ladies and gentlemen. That's a wolf. Listen, there was nothing he had to, first and foremost, you know how miserable this man admitted that his life is? By even resorting to an OF chick?
Mm-hmm.
Right? He listen, this is what we say when we say money can't buy you everything. Right? Money can't buy class either. Let's be clear about that. Kamala Harris, help your boy out.
Let's really be clear about that.
Okay? Money can't buy class. It's a millionaire. Millions of views on a regular broadcast. We struggle to get at least 500 Negroes in here. Quote unquote struggle. But he's averaging millions of views. He's got all the attention a narcissist could possibly need. But apparently, you ain't deal with them demons up top. Remember, we talking about the boy who used to say, Grandma used to make us that raccoon soup. I remember we used to have to go out in the fields. Eh? Right? We ain't have no roof over our head. We remember the water coming down. He's a grown man trapped in his teenage or adolescent years, subconsciously. That's what's happening with Shannon Sharp. Because guess what? This is what happens, and this is what we see with a lot of these type of Negroes who start getting a little juice when they start playing ball and shit like that. Because it happened with me. I was the captain of my track team, football team, all types of shit. I had scholarship offers, all of that. These Beckys like this, and even some of the sisters and the others, don't get it twisted. They come out of left field, but Becky is a lot more aggressive. And they gave this big open field Negro right here a taste of that milk and magnesium, and the nigga ain't been the same. He never got it out his top. Never got it off his wig, y'all. Never. Let me go to my brother ABM, and then I'm going to the Twiz, to the God Twiz. Brother ABM, is the Negro worth saving, fam? Holla at your boy.
Well, I'm surprised nobody has said it yet, so I'm going to go ahead and say it. Shannon Sharp has been known to have a joke about black women.
Come on, wake that nigga up. Come on, get this.
The joke is Shannon Sharp would tell his teammates and friends, if you ever see me with a black woman, call the police. And that's coming from several of his former teammates and people in the press that's heard Shannon Sharp say this. Shannon Sharp doesn't like black women. Never has.
Cook this nigga, man.
So, you know, hey, I mean, you get what you ask for in this world. But to me, it's like this. This, you know how we like to say your nigga wake up call. This is Shannon Sharp being reminded that although he has the wealth, he will never have the power of his white male counterparts. Because like I said in the beginning, white men do it all the time. This is just to take him down a notch. Just a reminder, you'll never be one of us. Kind of like how they did Deion Sanders' kid in the draft.
Sat him down.
You know, hey, you're born into money, you're born into fame and wealth. We're gonna screw you a little bit, just to let you know, we don't have to let you play for us. We don't have to let you in this league, and we don't care who your father is. So you know, but you know, no matter how many times.
What do you say? Use an uppity little Negro.
Yeah, you're not appreciative. The bottom line is this: no matter how many times we see these stories, you know, it's always going to be a new batch of Negroes out there that's going to do this shit anyway. No matter how many times we see this, so nah, these niggas ain't worth saving. I don't feel sorry for Shannon Sharp no more than I feel sorry for Diddy or anybody else. Like DrRandyShort said, I mean, these dudes ain't doing shit for us. That money never trickles back to where we live.
Hold on, ABM. That's what I'm talking about. Go there, ABM.
These people will never come together and create businesses to hire our kids. So fuck them.
Exactly.
I mean, and I used to like Shannon. Don't get me wrong. I grew up watching Shannon Sharp. Always liked his game. That's on the field. Off the field, I can care less. And I'll land right there.
And salute to our brother ABM, man. Salute to ABM. That's a fact. I'm with you, ABM. Man, especially, I'm not even going to hold nobody. Even when Shannon Sharp first came on to Undisputed, when he joined that platform, he was talking that fly black shit a little bit. He was. He brought some attention to it. He did. However, he couldn't help himself.
But see, I already knew about his jokes, so it didn't, you know, I didn't fall for it. I knew Shannon Sharp was full of shit. Shannon Sharp been known to be like that for a long, long time, man. People know about Shannon Sharp. He wouldn't touch a black woman with a 10-foot pole, man. So all of that blackity black shit he was talking, that was, they was paying him for that. So it didn't fool me.
Well, I'll tell you what. Just before we do this, I'm going to go to my brother Twiz. Twiz, I'm going to set you up proper. Let me set you up proper, Twiz. Hold on.
What's happening? What's happening?
I'm going to set you up. Hold on, player. I'm going to play something for you. You know? Because some folks may have seen this. I'm sure some folks. Salute to our brother ABM cooking this nigga medium rare. Pause. Yeah, understand me? Salute to our brother ABM for cooking this nigga up. But we need to go to this other clip here. Because again, a lot of times folks like to talk about our sister Mo, you know, and Mo tried to get this nigga the game. Tried to get him together. Tried to wake him up. Tried to get him to sit down. Shout out to my sister Mo. I always ride with her. I don't care what nobody say. Mo tried to sit him down, but he couldn't help himself.
This dating thing. Because Mo is different now. Than when you and I...
It's different, baby. I'm grateful I'm not 56 and trying.
But you tried to say what you tried to say.
I'm looking right at you. I ain't backing down. You better take your old ass and get somebody to love you.
Damn,
now I'm looking right at y'all. Let me tell y'all what Shannon needs.
Let me
tell you what my baby needs. He need him an old fat gal who can bake good cakes, make some smothered turkey wings, who gonna rub his feet at the nighttime, okay, and gonna have a sip of his cognac to make him feel better about himself when he come home at night. That's what Shannon needs. You don't need no 26-year-old girl. You don't need no 36-year-old girl. This is your auntie talking to you. Take your old ass and get your old bitch out there that can love you old. You're trying to hang out with these young bitches and you can't do it, Shannon. You just can't do it.
Shout out to Mo, goddammit. Hold on, man. Let me hit this damn sound, goddammit. Twiz, man, you up, player. Shout out to my nigga Twiz, the West Coast bully, checking in with your quad.
First and foremost, I gotta give a shout out to the room. Long time no see, my brother. Shout out to Brother Wolf. Shout out to DrRandyShort. Shout out to the gentleman in the Prestige Iron up in here. How y'all doing, man? You know what I mean?
We good, player. We good.
Yes, see what's going on. And salute to all y'all, man. I miss my brothers, man. But yeah, man, this right here, man. This is the pure definition. You need to put his face up there as a game goofy #1. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand, he's a bumpkin. No disrespect to my brothers from the South or anything, but I don't know what it is from the brothers from the South that have this infatuation with white women. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand it because we all know, and I was raised off this, white women ain't nothing but trouble. That's been the whole history, and that's the whole teaching, and that should be the code and be one. White women are trouble. If you want problems, fuck with a white woman. You know what I'm saying? And look what's happening to his game goofy bumping ass. See, you got to understand, I've been working in the sporting entertainment for damn near 30 years. I've seen a lot of black players like that. There was this one baseball player from the A's. His name was Arthur Rose. I seen him, man, go crazy over a skinny little white woman that looked like a Barbie doll. She was only 5 foot tall, and the biggest thing on her was her hair. And he was going crazy over her. And I'm like, these motherfuckers be around there, like you said, like the gentleman said earlier, they be around their paymasters or they be around some of them white boys, and they said the white boys be like, oh, she's fucking hot, looking like a white woman who looked like a little 13-year-old little league baseball player. And so they acquire that taste as well. You know what I'm saying? That's what she looked like. Only thing you gotta do is put her hair in a ponytail, put a baseball hat on and a jersey. She looked like she played little league. You know what I mean? And that's what they go crazy over because that's what those pedophiles and those LGBT dudes like. They like those little women that look like little boys because that's what they think they have an infatuation and they have a fantasy for is little boys. Because wasn't they was saying he was a butt boy? Didn't they say Shannon Sharp was a fudge packer? That's why he wearing all them tight ass clothes and shit. Then they say he was a Three Musketeer, but he wasn't swinging no swords or he wasn't a swashbuckler. Come on now, man. We know the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm a dude, and I've been dealing with women my whole life. I just made 51 Wednesday, so I've been dealing with women since I was 13, and those years of experience taught me one thing. You can never approach a woman soliciting, because if you do, that's what it's going to always be about. And if you're not confident in yourself, that's the main thing women see as men. women and their confidence. They see your swagger and they see your demeanor and how you approach her 10 toes down, chest out, head high. Once they see that, once they don't see those three things in a man, they know you're a fool and they know they got one. And the woman is going to play you and manipulate you. And that's why she was showing her little honey buns back there. That's what she went to the gym for, just so she can have a little cake. And I bet Shannon Sharp was like, oh, she look like a what's that? I mean, could this man have an articulate conversation without tripping over his own bottom ass lip? Come on now, who takes him serious? You know what I'm saying? Right. So we got to be real out here. We have to, like, you got to look like this. He got what was coming for him, and he get what he asked for. And y'all right, the little girl hit a lick on his ass because she saw she had a fool. She saw she had a thirsty ass, game goofy motherfucker who thinking that he's on top of the world because he's on TV and he's a major celebrity, but he hasn't been humbled yet. And I hope that this humble his ass and knock him to his motherfucking knees, because he need to realize that, hey, you are not above nobody, and you want to disrespect and go against black women, hey, you will learn a lesson. You with them other motherfuckers, them Beckys, them Ling-Lings, and the little Lupes, they gonna teach you a hard-ass lesson because you are not them, and the only thing you are is the easy-ass motherfucking payday, and them women gonna come together and figure out how to wring your motherfucking ass like a fucking wet-ass towel. Game goofy country motherfucker. I think he's from South Carolina, you know what I mean? No disrespect to South Carolina, no disrespect to my brothers from the South. I fuck with y'all and I rock with y'all, but you got niggas like this right here that got black American men looking like we some straight tricks. He got us looking like we thirsted for white women, and like my uncle used to always say, he said he hated Cadillacs. And I asked him why. He said he hated Cadillacs because in the time, all white men said that the only thing a black man wants is a white woman in a Cadillac. You know what I'm saying? And I land my plane there. Shout out to the brothers, man. Miss y'all.
Salute our nigga Twiz, you understand me? The West Coast bully coming through with one of them things. You understand? Salute to Twiz, man. That's what I'm talking about, baby. But hold on. Hold on. Where the smoke for share? Where the smoke for share? Remember,
it's a woman's world now, Chef. It's a woman's world now, and the Democratic Party is the party of women, so they salute her. Like, she's a role model, bro. You don't know how many women I come across in their late 40s and 50s talking about they're saving themselves for marriage.
Hold on.
It's empowerment. Only thing you need to save yourself for is a motherfucking treasure, man. Talk about X marks the spot when you gone, because it's too motherfucking late.
When you're old,
you shouldn't be.
When you're old, it's empowerment.
Yeah, it ain't no empowerment. What it is, you know what it ain't empowerment to me. What it is a delusion. You know, it's deranged delusion, because you really think in your head that you still possess the value of you did when you were young, fresh and in your 20s, able to be a man's partner. But now these women older, you're not ready to be a man's partner. You either want to be his dictator or his competitor. You want to compete with him because you have these falsities in your head that just because you make more money than him, or you may have fucked or been with men that were better than him, you have an advantage over him. But no matter if he's in his 20s or 30s, you could never possess an advantage of him, because he's a man with his future ahead of him. And in the words of the great Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, a man value rises as he ages, but the women, when they ages, they value decreases. You know what I'm saying? A woman in her 40s and 50s, she can't give a young man a family. She ain't gonna listen to him. She not gonna stand by his side like she his ride or die. She ain't gonna bow down or nothing like that. Not only that, she's not finna relinquish her little power that was handed to her over the years. You know what I'm saying? Come on now, man. The game's to be sold, not told. Some of these gang goofy motherfuckers, they finna get used. You know what I'm saying? But let them, because they gonna learn the hard way. Like my dad always said, experience your best teacher. And if you ain't gonna listen, then go to streets. There's some women out there that's lions, tigers, and bears that's more savages than niggas. You know, Shannon Sharp, lucky he got up under a little Becky that don't know what she's doing, 19 years old. Just imagine if she was experienced at 26 and 27. Oh, man, come on. That nigga would be going to jail. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Twiz, man, listen, lions, tigers, and bears. This is why when I said to folks, and watch this, I said to folks, and they got all outraged, oh, what you talking about, Chef? I said, man, get the fuck away from me with the, oh, she was only 19 shit. Dog, we talking about two predators, one loss. That's all. You know, we got two alphas per se. Yeah, let's go there. Let's do like that. Two people said, listen, I'm gonna use you for this, and I'm going to use you for this. And one person came out on top. So we need to stop putting little Becky in a fucking in a distress bag. She ain't been nobody victim. I'm tired of Negroes throwing on capes for these chicks, for just chicks, these types of chicks in general. These is bust downs. They're bust downs. I said this I posted something the other day. I said, oh, listen, age ain't never stop a hoe from getting fucked.
Hey, Chef, you know what it is, Chef?
You understand me?
I call it the Sam Rothstein effect. Remember that movie Casino? Remember what he said? He said, I know she was this, I know she was that, but I don't give a fuck. I'm Sam Rothstein. I can change it. That's the man's biggest mistake right there. I even made that mistake. When I was young, doing my thing, I came across somebody, I was like, I'm this, I'm that. I got the whole streets bound down to me. I can change it. Ooh, that's the biggest mistake any man can make.
Chef C, I was talking about Sam Rothstein earlier. I literally mentioned this whole thing. It's the same thing, Twizzle. I was saying that this is, you cannot, money
Dr.
can't
DrRandyShort, how you doing, man?
I'm white.
How you feeling? Most important, how you feeling?
I feel white too.
So you powered it. You empowered it.
Yes, I'm empowered. Yes.
He closer to them 20 M's than he know.
Yes.
He's empowered now. He's empowered now, so they can't tell him shit. He at that fuck you point. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Dr. Short.
No, I'm just agreeing with you 100%. And forgive me. I'm a Southerner, and I'm telling you, it's bad enough to be from Virginia. I don't know what it is about people in Alabama, Tennessee. The more racist the white people are, the more black folks in places like Western Pennsylvania and upstate Michigan, the more they're hated, the more a certain sort of stupid ass black man wants to be laid up with a white female. And there are also a lot of dumbass black women. I just put something up on my Twitter page about a white guy marrying a black woman and then blasting her. I told folks it would come with there'd be an epidemic of white men blowing away black women that they married. And the black woman had a good job. She's making all kinds of money. And I know no black man was good enough. We already got that. And the white dude shot her ass and killed her right after marrying her. Said, I do, and then he did it. And the economy is getting worse. Be prepared for swirlers. It's going to be crystal knock for swirlers the next few years. And a lot of people, as they move, the country moves to the right, and a lot of people have buyer's regret. Their white friends and relatives can't stand the little black stud or hoe that they're with. And you're going to see a lot of people get dogged. You know, drowning incidents on vacations and shit. I mean, something that you learned very early. I did, especially after some people tried to kill me when I was 7, that you don't go in the woods with white folks.
Hey, shout out to that Jamaican dude in Philly who went to the woods and they shot his ass 7, 8 times.
Yeah, you don't do it. And you also don't foray into places where you're not welcome, wanted, and know the lay of the land. For the people who want to live in danger, they will. Am I saying that all mixed marriages are bad? No. I've never ever said that. I would be a hypocrite saying it because they're mixed marriages in the family. Love them or hate them. Are some people better than others? Okay, in terms of loyalty, but it's not always. You can get a ratchet Becky or a vicious racist Ken, and you're stuck with this hater in your family that comes to the events and they've got children and all. You got to kind of put up with their intimate hatred and involvement with your family because somebody laid down with them. And by the way, I want to assure you, nobody black can marry into a white male-headed household and be as imperious as whites are when they marry into typically black female dominated family systems. And if it's a black male, he's going to be overwhelmed by black females trying to like nut shave him, where the white dude will have to be accepted because, well, he's such a good father. So when you have these, if you get a marriage and it's not just some basically safari fever shit, there's the same way that you can't do what white folks do. When you marry them, there's an inequality in the relationship due to our caste system. And anybody that messes in that has to confront that inequality will be part of the relationship. I remember hanging out with some friends that were at Tufts University, and they all wanted to go to a bar. I don't care to drink, but they're friends, they're cool. We went. I wasn't allowed in because I was black. Cool. That was the last time I ever accepted an invitation. That's been, I think that was like 1989. That's the last time I got invited to something by certain types of people that I even accepted an invitation. Not because I hate anyone, I have no confidence in who or what I am or my worth, but because we live in a very unfair and wicked racist society. And anybody that thinks that sleeping with other people is gonna like knock down barriers for them is incredibly stupid and suicidal. And they are encouraging bad things to happen to them. And bad things will happen. I don't want them to. And be that, and I'm saying this to you, that there are mixed couples where people love and are dedicated to each other. I'm never going to say that that doesn't happen. But then we all have agendas. White folks often have a jungle fever agenda. Blacks have a self-hatred, assimilation, or I want to taste the white man's cookie agenda, or the black woman, the black man's cum ain't hot enough for her, or she wants kids with green eyes the black man can't give. We come into these relationships with white people with wicked intents too. And so it's a bad mix. It's not like I love me. I love my community. I respect my people. I love the men in my group. However, you love me, you respect me, you're willing to fight for me. I married you. We usually don't do that. A lot of people say, well, I'm not prejudiced. Look, of course you're not prejudiced because I've never seen a pussy or a dick with eyes. So all genitalia is colorblind.
Salute to that, brother Dr. Short. Let me go to, somebody was speaking. Go ahead. Somebody started to say something. Let me go to the, I see the wolf is away right now. But real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the 2-hour mark. If you like to see this conversation continue to go, listen, hit the Cash App, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the Cash App, show us it's real. If not, I think it'll be a great time to shut this damn thing down.
Shut it down if you want to, Chef. I want to go and have some fun with my audience. They're out here.
Okay.
And so, you know, I don't mind, you know, if folks want to be cheap, we need to cinch our time. You know, I could be reading books to my audience instead of talking about Black Dicks Gone Wild, which is what we should talk about, this Shannon Sharp thing. I'm tired of this is like a Black Dicks Run Wild rerun. We're tired. We don't want any more sequels to this shit. So
salute to the 130 plus in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and go for a quick intermission real fast, y'all. Salute to everybody that's checked in with your boy.
Scared to death Negroes are my enemy.
Okay, everybody. This is about to wind down. And I think I'm going to do another show. So let me see. I'm looking for something. I can't find it. I know I'm going to go back and look for it. I got a book on black women being lynched. And I want to read from that book. So give me just a second. Give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Everybody love everybody! Come on!
Yes, indeed. Let's keep it going, family. If anybody else would like to support the program, you hit the Cash App, $FTS49. If you'd like to become the sole sponsor of today's broadcast, you have to beat our two co-sponsors, our brother ABM and my sister Star, who are the co-sponsors of today's broadcast with a $25 contribution each. Salute to everybody. We're going to keep this thing going. Hit that Cash App if you want to keep the cook-up happening. Salute to everybody that's checked in with your boy. Let's keep it going, family.
Scared to death Negroes are my enemy. Scared to death Negroes are my enemy.
You just step in their necks.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. So we have had our fill for today's conversation, which is fine with me, which is okay with Chef C today. Shout out to everybody that is in here with us, man. Let me go to the brothers. We're going to get our final thoughts here and get ready to check out for today, man. I got my brother ABM, man. Let me go to brother ABM, man. Your final thoughts on this particular subject matter. We touched on a good amount of these closet pedophiles. Fuck it, I'm gonna just say it because they always come after the platform. So whatever, right? And I think we did a phenomenal job here. But again, the outrage is selective. And you only see two people on this thumbnail, ladies and gentlemen, who have got backlash from mainstream media. That's why I call it selective outrage, because shout out to this man right here, Tom Cruise. Shout out to this cougar, right? A pedo, if you will. Share. And shout out to the great king of pop, Elvis. Andrea Michelle, yeah, you just a couple steps under Mary J. Blige. So shout out to you as well. All right? But let me go to my brother ABM, man. I'm going to let you get your final thoughts in here, brother ABM. What say you bringing this thing full circle, man? How do we combat this, and is it even worth our time? What say you, sir? Brother ABM. Okay, he probably got zapped. Let me go to my man Twiz, man. Twiz, talk to your boy. I think ABM got zapped. Let me go to Twiz, man. Twiz, what say you, man? Is it worth combating this, or is it this? Are we really dealing with something that is a societal norm, and the outrage is selective? What say you, Twiz? Twiz done got zapped too. Okay, we got 2 Zap brothers. Shout out to that, man. Let me see your brother Negro. Three times a charm. Brother Negro, Brother Negro, sir.
Asian brother Negro, he here.
Yes, sir. Checking in from Bottom's backyard. Loud and clear. Yes, sir. What say you, man? Is this a societal norm with selective bullshit outrage? What say you, man?
They're trying to normalize it. This is anti-black misandry outrage to me. And I really think that these celebrities, these black celebrities, black male specifically celebrities, they need to be putting their heads together and figure out ways to get themselves out of a jam because they got all the money. Mm-hmm. There's no reason why they should be in the jam and the predicament that they're in. Especially making us look bad as a people, making black men look bad with the decisions that they're making because they a household brand name. Lancaster-Short is a household brand name, and it's going to be dragged through the mud till it's going to be completely nothing based off his decisions. So, like, when I look at this, the one thing I learned about, like, criminality is you always have to have a way out. These guys don't even have a way out. These guys don't have no lawyers on speed dial. They don't know how to keep themselves out of prison in regards to their actions and behavior, which shows to me that they need to do a better job. Even buy some judges off. I don't know. They hang around white folks that do all this stuff. They ain't picked up no game from them yet.
Right, come on.
So I'm just looking at them like, really? Really? So, you know what? All the black folks that they failed to support, all the black businesses that they destroyed in the process or didn't support, you know what? Maybe this is karma. Maybe society's taking that chunk of change out of them since they didn't do right with the chunk of change to begin with. Because one could even strongly argue it was never theirs to begin with. It was never there. Like you'll start to see with the Sean, when we talked about Sean Combs, that he was just a front man, and he had 0.0000000 whatever percent of the Barclays Center, which didn't cash out to really nothing to with the people who were really making the money, and he's gentrifying the neighborhood. So when you see these guys that do these things and they're getting all the smoke, maybe Shannon Sharp should have called Sean Carter because he got off. And I'm just saying, how come he didn't make a call to Sean Carter? He over the NFL. They did, that number should have matched. So when I look at all these scenarios and this dude didn't go to this girl's Instagram and didn't see this white boy all up on her, come on, player, come on. That's all I gotta say. You gotta see things for what it is, not what you want it to be. So
salute to you, brother Negro, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know what's going on with the book, man. What we can expect from you in the future, sir.
Yes. Working on delineationology education. The second book is on the way. June is looking like it's going to be the sometime in June for the book signing with the Black and Nobel that's out in Philly. Shout out to them. They already got a couple of books on stash, so if you want to get your book out there from a black-owned business and all that good stuff in Philly, so definitely we delineating right in Pan-African City, all right? But I don't know what y'all heard, because y'all know it's Pan-African City out that way. They say it's Pan-African in the world over there. But no, we delineating that up. We busting that up right now. We got to stop that. So I'll keep y'all guys posted with that. Definitely Black and Nobel in June. I'm gonna say around Juneteenth or so. We're gonna definitely drop there. Have a good little book signing.
Most definitely. We look forward to it, man. Salute to our brother.
This is a sick Negro.
Salute to the brother Negro, man. Hey, I see my brother ABN, man. You back, brother ABN?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, good money. Okay, ABN, man, we wrapping it down, man. I wanted to get your final thoughts on this. Is this a societal norm worth combating, and should we just charge it to the game? So what say you, man?
I say charge it to the game. Like I said earlier, these niggas will never learn. They get their money, and the white woman is, it's kind of like a Ferrari. It's a trophy for them. It's a sense of achievement. It says I've made it. And a lot of these dudes are from the South. You ever notice that all these cats, they're always from the South and they're very, very dark skinned? I used to live in the South. I lived in the South for 4 years, and I saw a lot of that from black dudes. You know what I mean? It's just something about that white one just makes them feel better about being black. And no disrespect to Southern people, but it's just something weird with a lot of us black men have low self-esteem. The white woman is a trophy for them. It's a sense of achievement, a sense of entitlement, and it's going to keep happening. So these dudes will learn the hard way. Cooning ain't easy, and there's a heavy price that you're going to have to pay for it eventually. And fuck them. That's where I'm at with it.
Salute to our brother AB. Fuck 'em. That's what I like to hear, that type of talk, man. You know what, brother Dr. Short is away right now, so we're going to go to the Wolf, man. And brother Wolf, Juan J. Johnson, sir. I mean, you're a seasoned, ordained young man, such as yourself. I already know what you're going to tell me, but I'm going to leave it up to you because I ain't even going to spoil it. Go ahead, brother Wolf. What say you, man? Is it worth your time, or is the Wolf going to do what the Wolf normally does anyway? What say you, sir?
That's a carcass that must be stepped over.
There you go. Keep it simple, yeah.
And the crazy thing is this. Shannon Sharp had interviewed Donnell Rawlings, a comedian, and they were discussing young girls. And they
Okay. Okay. They're done. Whew. All right. We're back, everybody. It's right here. I've been looking all over for this, and it was right in front of me. I didn't want to believe my eyes. Okay. Whew. Well, let's see. Okay. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to do one thing and one thing only, if you guys will work with me. I am going to do some reading. And I found the book. I went and tore everything up. I was trying to think, I know I had that somewhere. I know I pulled it out. And I did. And, So I got my stuff together. And what I'm going to do is simply reformat, because we want to put this in book mode. Can I do books now? I got the book. And I simply want to label this properly. I love this. This is going to be a lot of fun. Lynchings of women in the United States, recorded cases, 1851 to 1946. How do I like that? I may not do all of it, but I'm going to do some of it. Just to kick it off. Just for all my feminists. And so what I'm going to do is shut down this line and reconvene it in no more than 5 minutes. So if you guys are good, give me a couple of seconds to reconfigure, get my stuff together, move a couple of things around. I may even pull some other stuff in, but we were talking about 12 years, not 12 years, but incidents in the life of a slave girl. And of course we had just health. So, I had to split and be in the hospital to help out good old mom, of which I'm proud to say she's making significant progress, so I'm not going to complain. I'd rather have a live mom than a dead one. So, it's 9:54. I'm thinking we should be back in by 10 o'clock, 10:05. Give me a couple of minutes, and we're in business. We'll be back at this. That way, everything will work out. We'll all be white people together. Don't you like big white people? I like big white people. And so, I'm going to stop this so we can resume after all these weeks of interruption. In fact, let me see which channel. I might just leave this one on. I might leave 2 of these on because I don't really care. But for this other one, for my main channel, for the main 2 channels, I'm going to turn it off. So for you who want to watch me work on this, I won't stop you. I'll treat you like good friends. And I'm going to switch this around just a little bit. And I want to just say to you, for all you listening, the racial situation in the country is terrible. So I've been stocking up on things I've always wanted that I never had before. So we could be looking at historical readings, legal readings, and so some of these will be short. I've got Stroud sketch the laws and slavery and so forth. So I may do a couple of things. So I'm going to leave this channel on. You guys right here, there are 3 of you, and there's 1 of you right here. But the 16 of you right here, I'm going to stop you right here. Ching. That's okay. I'm going to end the stream here in StreamYard. Police violence. Okay. No, I can bring it back here. Holy Jesus. Okay. Done. I'll teach you what it is. I hope he makes his money. Make the money back. I think 10. Just want to. All right. I'm back. Get this fucker's name. Get his name. Mixed. You know, I'm so sick and tired. You don't want what you got. Don't know what you have and don't like what you got. What the fuck? Okay. 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 All right. Okay, guys. There are 5 of you. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah. Okay, how you doing, Brother Mark? We're gonna give it just a couple seconds. I'm gonna get some little water. And oh my, this is so wonderful. Oh, this is such a white day, white night to everyone. Oh, happy birthday to you. Wow, your birthday is so close to the Diddy trial. I hope you're having a good time. Before we even start, I want to hear from y'all. Who out there is a TD Jakes fan so I can make fun of you? Y'all can, don't be ashamed. I'm going to make fun of you anyway. Um, hold on. This gives me the option to do some stuff with this screen. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. Let me see. Do I want green screen? Nothing. Okay. Coretta Scott King's birthday. Okay, well, I met Mrs. King one time. She seemed okay. Um, but then again, you never know. But I hope she's okay. I hope she's okay. I hope Mrs. King was a really fine person. I think so. Okay. Let's just start off with this. Because I got 7 people. Let me wait a second. Let me get my water in. I should take some ashwagandha. I should have some comedy enhancing drugs. And I got a whole bunch of things. When I was waiting to come back into just a bunch of things that I was like looking at. I even got some classic books. I'm about to show those to y'all that I didn't do. Uh-oh, the numbers are going up. I told you I would come back. I have some old classic books. Just share them with you. Titles that you that buy and collect books. Certain things that aren't as easy to find. And some of them are like prices. I'll get out. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just stepping over here to grab something. So don't go anywhere. Don't do that. Okay. Lord. This. Wow. Get you. Tell you. Wow. Okay. Y'all about ready? Because I'm definitely ready. And I'll figure out where that copy is. Um, get yourself something to drink. Get yourselves ready. Because this stuff is. Oh, here it is. This is what I was looking for. Just to make certain I have it. Um, oop. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Let's get this party started. This is going to be a very, very short. No, I'm not choking my bandwidth. My bandwidth is fine. So, yeah, we'll be just good. Hold on 1 second. I think I saw that when people come in and they're negative, they're gone. I don't care who they are, they're not paying me. Hey, Latoya. I don't like negative comments. And the name looks weird. Okay. Let me give you guys the ground rules. I want to let everybody know I grew up in a very diverse neighborhood, although it's predominantly white and extreme white at that. I always accepted other people had a point of view, even if I didn't like it. And if other people went somewhere to talk, they always had the freedom to talk about what they wanted to talk about. I would never think I want to listen to the white conversation about black people, whatever. Basically, you already know folk don't like you. And never had that interest. For anybody coming on my channel or platform, unsolicited, chatty comments, I'm simply going to block you because I don't know you. This is all virtual. I'm adding value to you. You're not adding anything to me. The people that make comments never donate. They never support. They don't retweet. So it isn't so much that I don't think people have a right to an opinion, is the fact that those folks come to tear down and destroy. And I'm not interested. So if you come on and you say something stupid to me or rude or it's not helpful, I don't know you, go away. I'm not trying to have 1 million people on a platform. If that happened, so be it. I would be the same way. I'd be happy with a good 5,000 people, a good solid 5,000 people. There are a lot of folks that have these huge platforms, but I don't know how much they inform people beyond talking about current news and events. I'm not competing with anyone. So I don't necessarily cover what everybody else does. If folk want to talk about Carmelo, of which I support Carmelo Anthony and Wrench, then they do it. If I bring it up because it's something I want to do, not because everyone else is doing it, I'm not interested in what everyone else does. Too many black people are copycats. Find something that you do it well, and offer something that's of interest. And if nobody pays attention to what I do that I consider interesting, so be it. If people do, that's fine too. Let me have some more ginseng. I want some comedy enhancing drugs. And I'll get some more if I feel like it. Hi, Mrs. Kelly. Thank you. Now, I want to talk about the film Sinners because I've seen it once and hopefully I'll see it a second time. But before I do that, I want to talk to you about the importance of books. Oh, hi, Sister Star. Sister Star, you're right here with hi Sister Star and Mrs. Kelly, two of the coolest, most helpful sisters in the universe. So I want to shout you out for always helping. One of the things I'm going to say to you before I even get into the film Sinners, and we're going to go over this, and I'm going to probably pull it up so I make certain that I get everything right. So I get it, and we can do the news on Sinners. And we can talk about, let me see. We can get this stuff straight. And let me see. Let me go to Variety and see what they're saying, how much money they've taken in. So let me see. Let me see. Wow. And let me just say this to you so I can get right into this. One of the reasons that I decide to talk about books is because if you don't read and you're ignorant, you really don't know what's going on. Even when you sing it and you think you understand it. The film Sinners, in many ways, inhabits the zone of giving people images that are not historically accurate and stuff I wouldn't put in a film, not because you can't do it, but because it doesn't give people historical realism, which is very important. And I will say to you that this is one of the reasons I talk about books. There's another reason I also emphasize getting people to look at books and read them and buy them and own them. I'm tearing this label off for this book. I got this luckily for a few bucks. It's one of my favorite old books. This is a reprinting of it, but that's okay. I bought it anyway because of the information in it and because of its historic purpose, and also because it speaks to the issue that we're facing right now that someone was looking at about 100 years ago. Let me just get the date of this. I think this was, and this is a book that came out of the library. The original printing of the book was done in, wow. Oh, let me see this. Oh, no, let me get Everlasting Stain. What this book does, which is really important, is that it addresses the whole issue of black population. And these folks are very concerned about black numbers. And this book, this is a compilation of two books by one of the very first black PhD mathematicians, Dr. Kelly Miller, who got his PhD in mathematics from Howard University. And he was a prolific writer and a major important figure that a lot of us don't hear about because not everybody's out marching and getting shot and killed. But one of the things that Kelly Miller did was expose the fraud of how things were being reported in terms of the black population about 100 years ago. And he was pointing out, if I can find the Negro population, here it is. This is, and I'll read the just how people lie about how many of us there are. Excuse me. This is called Enumeration Errors in the Negro Population. And this is from Everlasting Stain. And Everlasting Stain was published in 1923. So this is a reprint of a book that's 102 years old. And what Kelly Miller was trying to talk about was how white people had issues with black people around race and everything else. But the other thing that was getting them was lying about the black population. We're doing this with the illegals that have been brought in and so forth. This is all about the insecurity that white people feel. And that segues to Sinners and why I want to talk a little bit about the film. And forgive me, something, let me turn this fan off. Sinners is a well shot, well done film, and technically with special effects, the cast, and all of that. And Sinners is set. In fact, let me pull it out and read what they say it's about, and then we can get into the film. Yeah, I'm going to spend maybe a few minutes on it. First thing we need you to know is, in spite of all the white critics, Sinners has grossed $122.5 million in 2 weekends in just North America. And overall has taken in $161,600,000 globally. That's in 2 weeks against the $90 million budget. Contrast that with The Color Purple, which did a big weekend and then it went to shit, which it should have been. So you've got Ryan Coogler, who did Black Panther and Creed, with his star, Michael B. Jordan. And this has continued to do well. It's doing well globally. And to its credit, the film has only seen a 6% drop in the amount of people buying tickets this weekend as compared to last weekend. Not only that, they saw an astounding just 16% drop in the ticket purchasing rate on the weekdays, meaning that people are going to see this film all week long. And through word of mouth and everything else, this film is on its way to being one of the best grossing films in the country, and for the year, certainly. And there's even a description of it in the mainstream press that Sinners is leading the movie industry out of the desert. In other words, all of the white films, basically they aren't getting it. And the one black film that they dismissed is exploding. In fact, it's pulling people back into the theaters. So we can say hats off to Mr. Ryan Coogler for making a film that's gotten people to come out and buy Raisinets, popcorn, ices, and theater tickets. And a whole lot of black actors got paid and so forth. And I'm very happy whenever people earn money and they're not hurting people per se. So I want to praise it. The film is well done. Again, the actors for the most part are okay. I haven't gone, and I need to say this to you, I had not gone to a horror film in a theater in 50 years until last week. I'm 60 to show you how I feel about horror and vampire films. In fact, most of what I saw was werewolf and vampire stuff 50 years ago, and I just don't like horror films. I think being black is horrible enough. Things like what's happening to Carmelo Anthony's family, the two twins slaughtered in Georgia, and all the other terrible things that happen, or people trying to kill my mother when she's going in for health care. Life has its own horrors. I don't need to pay for someone to try to scare or do something that's horrific to me. So let's say amen to that. What I'm going to say of Sinners, let me give you a description of this film so you can know what it is. It's 2 hours and 17 minutes. It got released April 18th. Ryan Coogler is the director. Okay. Uh, it's horror adventure. And the music is okay, although we can get into music later. Let me read what is here in Wikipedia's description of it, and then we can go from there. How about that? Sinners is a 2025 American horror film written, co-produced, and directed by Ryan Coogler, set in 1932 in the Mississippi Delta, in the area of the city of Clarksdale, Mississippi. The film stars Michael B. Jordan in dual roles as twin brothers who return to their hometown to start again, only to be confronted by a supernatural evil. The film also features Haley Steinfeld, Miles Caton, Jack O'Connell, Wunmi Musaku, Jamie Lawson, Omar Miller, and Delroy Lindo. This film again runs 138 minutes. It says that Coogler began developing the film genre through his production company of Proximity Media by January 2024, when Jordan was cast. Warner Brother Pictures acquired distribution rights the next month following a bidding war, and casting for additional roles took place in April. Principal photography took place from April to July 2024. Longtime Coogler collaborator Ludwig Göransson, okay, here's the guy that does the music, composed the film score and served as the executive producer. Sinners premiered April 3rd, 2025, and was theatrically released in the United States on April 18th by Warner Brothers Pictures. The film received critical acclaim, with particular praise for Coogler's direction and Göransson's score. Okay. At this moment, it is the 7th highest grossing film of 2025, and it's only been out 2 weeks, and we're going into the 5th month of the year. Let's do the plot. I'm going to read this so we can go back through it. Are y'all with me? In 1932, identical twins and World War I veterans Smoke and Stack returned to Clarksdale, Mississippi, after years spent working for the Chicago outfit using money stolen from gangsters. They purchased a sawmill from racist landowner Hogwood to start a juke joint for the local black community. Their cousin Sammy, an aspiring guitarist, joins them despite opposition from his pastor father, Jedediah, who warns that the blues music is supernatural. The twins recruit other staff, pianist Delta Slim and singer Pearline, with whom Sammy becomes enamored as performers, Smoke's estranged wife Annie as cook, local Chinese shopkeepers Grace and Bo as suppliers, and field worker Cornbread as the bouncer. Meanwhile, Stack reconnects with his ex-girlfriend Mary, who passes for white. Mary resents abandoning her when he left for Chicago. Smoke and Annie argue over her belief in the occult, as Annie insists her practices kept the twins safe, but Smoke bitterly reminds her that their infant daughter still died. Elsewhere, Irish immigrant vampire Remick flees from Choctaw vampire hunters and violently turns a married Klansman couple into vampires. At the juke joint's opening night, Sammy's music is transcendent, unknowingly summoning spirits of both past and future to join the entranced crowd. The performance draws Remick's attention, and he arrives with his minions, these are the vampires, offering money and music for entry. Suspicious, Stack and Smoke, the twins, hesitate, and the vampires retreat, reminding the twins that the bar needs the income. Mary, the half-breed, meets Remick outside but is turned. She returns inside where she seduces Stack and bites him. So the half-breed girl becomes a vampire. Smoke shoots her, but she is unharmed by the regular bullets and escapes. Cornbread, the bouncer, he gets attacked by the Irish vampire and he turns into a vampire. As the joint empties, the vampires attack and turn the departing patrons, including Bo. So the Chinese husband, the Chinese are like playing both sides, white and black, having segregated rest stores and so forth. They turn everybody that leaves the juke joint into vampires. Stack revives as a vampire. This is the twin that gets bit by the white girl, right? He becomes, so one of the twins becomes a vampire. But the girlfriend of the other brother, Annie, repels him with pickled garlic juice. She educates the survivors. Only sunlight, silver, or wooden stakes can kill vampires, and they cannot enter building unless invited. Remick, now leading a horde of vampires, is still unable to enter the bar and negotiates. He praises Sammy's supernatural talent and claims that vampirism offers immortality, freedom, and escape from racism, and he wants to use Sammy's skills to summon the spirits of his lost community. Remick also warns that Hogwood, who secretly heads the local clan, plans to attack the bar at dawn. When the survivors refuse his offer, Remick and Bo confront Grace, threatening to attack her daughter. So the Chinese woman has a daughter back in town, guys. And they said, well, bitch, if you don't let us in the club, we'll bite and make your daughter into a vampire. A desperate Grace, the Chinese woman, dares the vampires to attack the joint, thereby inviting them in. This is a betrayal of how Tethers and others mess us up. Grace, Delta Slim, and Annie are killed in the ensuing battle. Mary is devastated by Annie's death and flees the bar. Smoke, Sammy, and Pearline attempt to escape, but Remick and Stack ambush them. Smoke and Stack clash in a brutal fight, while Sammy and Pearline face off Remick. Pearline is bitten and begs Sammy to flee. In a final confrontation, Sammy smashes his guitar over the vampire Remick's head before Smoke arrives just in time to kill him with the stake. As the sun rises, the vampire horde is incinerated. Urging Sammy to flee, Smoke ambushes and kills Hogwood and the clan, but is himself mortally wounded. Before dying, he witnesses a vision of Annie and their daughter. Sammy, battered and grief-stricken, returns to his father's church. Jedediah pleads with him to renounce the music and seek salvation. Sammy is seen leaving the church with his guitar in hand. Of course, he's driving north to Chicago. 60 years later, an ageless Stack and Mary, the vampire and the half-breed folk looking in today's clothing, right? Visit elderly Sammy, now a celebrated blues musician in Chicago. Stack reveals that Smoke spared him that night at the joint, allowing him to go free under the condition that Sammy would live in peace. The couple offers Sammy a chance at immortality, a chance to be a vampire, but he declines. After performing for the couple, Sammy tells them that through that fateful night still haunts him until the sun went down. It was the greatest day of his life. Stack agrees, knowing it was the last time he saw Smoke. It's the last time he saw the sun, and the only time he felt truly free. And that's how the film ends. Now, I gave you what they said. Now, what did I get out of it? First and foremost, the film was well shot. All the film stuff at the cotton fields and stuff down south, all was like cool. Because I'm a Southerner, it's interesting. I've been to Mississippi many times, and you see stuff. the characters, all the stuff is interesting. But the issues that I have with the film, one, uh, again, I'm a Christian. I'm a Bible believing Black American Christian. And I don't give a damn for all of you that think that that shit's passe, because that's the foundation to our culture, whether you like it or not. And anyone that pretends that the church and gospel music and spirituals don't have anything to do with Black life, you're just fucking stupid. You're a moron. You're a traitor to your culture, your history. And, well, for me as a Christian, you're going to hell. This whole God stuff has a place. You can't tell me to save my life that you could be in the Delta, Mississippi, and not see one image of a white Jesus, not one image of the Last Supper, not one image of Jesus praying in Gethsemane, not one mention or reference to Jesus, not one cross on somebody's neck, practically anything, all the iconography that goes with being in the Bible Belt and the buckle of the Bible Belt is completely missing in the film. There's all kinds of shit about hoodoo. There's all kinds of stuff about, I mean, the lady doing the spells and the potions and shit. Excuse me, for any of you, maybe you folks born after, say, 1995 or 2000, you guys don't really have a clear idea when we had something of a viable culture, which we don't have right now. We have a death culture. When we had a living culture, with all due respect, alongside popular music concerts, they competed with gospel music concert programs. It's just not historical to remove gospel music and spirituals and only have the blues down in the Delta. You can't know what the fuck you're talking about. That there's no, I mean, it's just one church. I'm sorry. I've lived in Virginia and rural Charlottesville, and I've lived in Tennessee, and that's the Deep South. You have churches every damn where. Even hypocritical people talk about God and have Bibles and go to church on Sunday, even if they don't believe in any of it. It is a culture. This whole film acts as if that Christianity, the church going for Black people, is the fringe, and the norm is all the people in the juke joint. That isn't so. It's never been so. Those people have always been marginal in Black culture, but in this film, the Black people that drink and have oral sex on the first date are the norm. There's not one representation of people that are not drinking, fighting, stealing, or just kind of shiftless. It all seems as if we're all like those folks in that picture on Marvin Gaye's album, I Want You, where just everybody's out boogieing. That is some of Black culture. Okay. When I say to you, coming up as a holiness type person, you couldn't even listen to popular music. It didn't exist. And a lot of Black people live like that. All this Kojic Church of God in Crisis stuff comes out of damn Mississippi, where you don't even listen to music that's popular. You get kicked out of your family if you went to this stuff. Period. No discussion. Nobody begged you to not play your blues guitar. You get your ass out of my house and don't go to any other people because you're playing the devil's music. That's it. Period. This idea that people, like, there's no concept of I can slam a Bible shut in front of my pastor father when I still live in his house in his church and play a blues guitar in a church. That shit's crazy. I understand they're making a movie, but that isn't our culture. You couldn't diss your mother or father in a church, just do it. Nah, you get the shit kicked out of you. It would never happen, and no one would beg you to give up. They would take and break the damn guitar. I mean, a lot of folks, you would have just run away from the very get-go. You don't go back and forth between blues. You would be out of the house. When we used to have black family order before, all the little shiftless women that pick stupid-ass men to make bastards with tried to have families without men. There used to be a thing. Your father told you to do something. Your ass did it. That's it. Period. Not your father has to beg you. What? Your father. Ask somebody that's old if someone told them to do something when they were a minor child living in somebody's house and them decide they're not going to do it, hang out when they want to. I don't know of any stories like that. If you decided to take your ass out in the street and do crooked stuff that the family, your ass was out and stay out. And nobody in the family want to touch you. Maybe you go up north. You couldn't hang around a local thing and that's not going to happen. There are other things in the film that aren't realistic. For a black man to pull out a gun downtown in Clarksdale, Mississippi, and shoot two people and not get lynched, as one of the characters did, I get them confused which one is Stack and which one is Smoke. But for one of them, I think with the gold teeth, to shoot that person, shoot a person in the behind and shoot another person in the leg downtown, and then not be a mob of white folks that come after you because they didn't like black people owning guns. If you had a gun, you kept it in your house. If you had a gun hanging out, that's seen as a challenge to white folks to come and burn you out for having a gun. Even if they knew you had it, you don't flaunt it. Also, if you had a real fancy car, you can't drive around no back roads in Mississippi, go around. They want, nigga, how'd you get that car? Where'd you get that car from? Can you prove you own it? Where'd you buy it from? How'd you buy it? They do that now. 90 years ago, I got a really nice car and I got super nice clothes. You don't know that they used to kill black people for having nice clothes? Y'all didn't know there used to be laws on the books. They're still on there. There's sumptuary laws embedded in many states of how black people can dress. If you look too prosperous, they come and take it from you. So for you to flaunt all this money and you got this nice car and all this stuff, I understand that's the story, but it isn't consistent with history down there. I've been down Mississippi within the last 10 years. You still have to be careful. There was a black man within this year that left some trash on the ground outside of a white shop, and the police beat him to death this year. And they can shoot someone downtown. They can threaten to kill a grand dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. And them not show up, not like that night, not wait for them, take their money and lynch them any damn way, which is the way it used to be. I'm not saying not to make your movie, but for all you young black folks, if you go and see and you think that this film represents any social reality, you're crazy. Let me just explain something to you. Aside from there being like almost no religious stuff whatsoever, and when they go into church, I mean, you only saw young people, you didn't see any adults. It's not like that now down south. I mean, 90 years ago, it would have been full of adults. Number two, you don't just walk in a church and approach the pulpit while service is going on. That's not, you can't do that. You wouldn't do it now. You would sit down and wait for someone to acknowledge you, not just walk in. That's the ultimate disrespect. Somebody would put hands on you. The whole representation, a lot of stuff they got in the culture, and this whole hoodoo thing. Let me be plain with you. People who practice root work and hoodoo tend to keep that stuff hidden. They're not flaunting. They're not typically, except when they're really old. Typically, these people will mix that stuff. That woman would have had a whole church covering. They would have done what's called syncretism, where you have some Bible stuff. You would be matching stuff up to make it seem as if it's Christian, because a lot of that hoodoo stuff wasn't tolerated. You could get in trouble, put in jail. People would come for you. It wasn't. It's never been fully legitimate. It has been something that's been treated carefully. You do it without outraging people. You don't flaunt it that I do and I got spirits and cast spells and shit. People don't. That stuff's not cool. Definitely not with holiness people like that. I mean, folk will be after you for doing it. Black and white people don't like it. And folk may come and burn your house down if you're wicked like that. I'm real talk. That a horse of mine or a cow or a kid of mine sick, and this root working bitch across, we need to burn her ass out. They come and get you. So right now, for all the ignorant black folks that hate Jesus Christ and the Bible, and y'all want to go back and find some shit in Africa that Africans are getting rid of, they're all becoming Muslim or Christian. They're quitting the shit because it doesn't work. I'm not saying that they don't have some plants, all that stuff, herbs and all that stuff. I take it myself. I love them. But this whole other deities and gods and people praying to them and all this other kind of stuff, you don't flaunt that stuff. You got to be careful with that. People don't like that. I mean, they had Salem witch trials where they were killing white kids in America in the 1600s over a black woman that taught folk how to do some voodoo. You don't just roll with that just because you think you can do it. That's not reality. Even now, when people believe that, if they're really smart, you don't jump out there and do that certain places because some people don't approve of it. And I've been around hoodoo and voodoo. And the people that did voodoo or hoodoo, should I say, in my dad's church kept it down. They didn't flaunt it because a lot of people don't like it. That's the devil's work. It's like there's a devil's music, it's a devil's workers. And back in the day, people would come after you. If you're the devil's person, you're my enemy. I just want to beat your ass in Jesus' name. Run you out. I'm saying to you, coming up Pentecostal, a lot of Pentecostals were seen as being the same as hoodoo or voodoo, where people literally beat you up, throw you up, fire you from a job if people found out you were one. You don't make people know that your religious beliefs and conducts aren't in the mainstream. It's not acceptable. And I'm going to tell you a place in this country where people don't like nonconformity. It's the South. It's yes, sir. To this day, go down to Tennessee, Mississippi, and other places, and folks are saying yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, now. I mean, for me to talk to an older white man or to an older black person and not say Mrs., ma'am, ma, sir, that's not even real. That's not even Southern culture, not 90 years ago. And I can assure you, when I was in Tennessee and in Mississippi, that wasn't true 10 years ago. And I know people from down there, that's not how they get down. You better show some respect to older people, and you better show some respect to white people. The other thing, for this woman, Annie, to have a sexual conversation with the black man at some place like a railroad station where you didn't even have the proper delineation and separation of the races. For a white woman and a black man to be looking at each other's eyes could get a black man killed. I'm Emmett Till's distant cousin. They were killing people in the 50s. What the hell you think they would have done in the 1930s? A black man looking in a white woman's eyes. And it looks, and even if the black man didn't want the attention, they'd string his ass up on general principle. That's not real. That's not real for a black man to talk about a white woman's body in public where it could be heard. It's not real for Negroes to drink bootleg liquor and wine and whiskey in eyesight of white folks who could be law enforcement that could put their asses on a chain gang. They look for reasons to enslave black folks. Not real. Stylized for today's audience, but it isn't who we are, where we've been. So I'm going to say the film looks nice. I love the cotton fields. I love the roads, all that. It's beautiful. It's like The Color Purple had lots of great scenery. But a lot of the stuff that they put out there isn't historically or socially accurate. And the danger of it is so many of you don't read. So many of you don't know what the fuck is going on, where we've been, or where we're going. You'll think that that's the way people got down, and they didn't. I want to also say, how in the hell could you have 2 hours and 38 minutes and not one full or half or partial gospel or spiritual song, or just someone walking down the street like I've seen people do? Almost as if there was no place for the Christian sacred culture, which is the dominant culture for black people. It didn't exist. All of the black folks were compromised. Even the preacher father, he's intolerant. And by the way, the intolerant, strict, unfair Christian pastor father is almost looks like a devil. He's totally dark-skinned and sinister with a scary look. Not a loving, caring father, but a hateful, wrathful, demanding father. And I could go on, and I can say, back in Mississippi, folks are just having oral sex without washing in a juke joint. I want to taste you. And folk lying all over the stage and all of that, and that you could have an adulterous relationship in a juke joint with a married man's wife and someone not come to kill your ass. If you know anything about Mississippi, even now, you mess with someone down there, someone will come kill you. This is absolutely normal. What are they talking about? They're moving today's values and all back 90 years where they don't apply. To me, you can still do the science fiction adventure, but be true to what was there, which does not happen. So there's no God, there's no gospel or spiritual or any of that. There's not one stable, wholesome, non-criminal, low-life black family person. All this extramarital sex and so forth, which of course happened then, but the only real family that you see, honestly, is the Klansmen had a family and the racist Chinese had a family. The black dude that's in the cotton field, they can't take care of his family. The one that was the bouncer, let me get his damn name. He had a family, he couldn't feed them, so he had to like get involved in illegal shit to take care of his Omar Miller, who was cornbread. So cornbread can't take care of his family, so he has to get involved in this. And this description I read here is that they opened up a juke joint for the black community. This wasn't for the black community. This was for Smoke and his brother, right? Smoke and Stack, right? To get paid, to draw black folks into a cash economy where they are buying cheap liquor and other things to take the few pennies that they were earning from the plantations for them to get rich because they couldn't function in Chicago, which is what the black elite do. Make it seem as if they're going to do something for black folks, and it's only about themselves. to hold that up, that this is for the black community, that you have a place for folk to drink and get down. Not that I'm against music or against dancing, but drunkenness and fighting and all this stuff. How is that helpful to us in a repressive place like the Delta of Mississippi, where black folks would get murdered randomly, picked up all the time? I was watching a video of a friend of mine, a journalist by the name of Sam Ford, interviewing a gentleman that is in his 80s who's still a photojournalist. I'm talking about being in Mississippi growing up and just walking down the road, and some white folks come by in a car and just bust him in the head with the stick. This is, I mean, and I know about stuff, people just drive by and throw stuff at you because you're black. Um, and God, I'm 60. This guy's got 20 some odd years, and I'm up here. Doesn't just do anything to you. It was an absolute norm. Absolutely normal down south for things to happen to you, and you hope it. You know what? Like the guy said, when he got busted in the head with the stick, he was glad they didn't hit him in the eye. That's how black folks had to do stuff. Hope, thank God they didn't kill me, because nothing would have been done about it. And if you know anything about the blues, people definitely would not be doing blues into Sunday morning. You would probably end up, because folk are going to go to church. I'm just saying, you can't have it both ways. And that's not real. I'm going to say some more about this film. The woman, the character Pearline, the singer, who's married, that lets someone like go down on her on that second encounter. Then there's another person, Sammy, what's this guy? Sammy Moore. He's the guitar player. He looks just like the woman he likes, right? Pearline. They could be sister and brother. It looked like some incest. Didn't they think about that? The other thing I want to mention to you is Miles Caton, who played Preacher Boy. That whole thing made fun of that boy's father wanting him to do right. And none of them wanted to go to Mound Bayou or some other place where black folks were functional. They wanted to do it the stupid way. Now, of course, the vampires were horrible and all the gore and all this other kind of stuff. All right. The thing that was interesting to me is that Asians don't hang with black people. I'm not mad at Asians. I'm just saying, no, Asians hang with black people. Where that idea came from doesn't make sense. But ultimately, it's the Asians that invited the vampires in because she wanted to save the Asians. That's true, how they only care about themselves. And by the way, we don't care about ourselves. That's why that bitch was in there, to get them messed up in the first place. That lesson's not being told. Now, they get through all of this, and when the vampire's about to bite Sammy Moore, he begins, and this is the thing that really got me, to say the Lord's Prayer. And then all of the vampires started saying the Lord's Prayer as to mock him, as if God is powerless. I want to say something to some of you, especially you unbelieving, godless folk out there. I know from personal experience and watching, people pronounced dead and everything else, and folks have gone in and prayed for them, and people have been revived. Okay? I want to remind everybody, my mother was supposed to die 2 weeks ago. The doctors told me. More than 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. It's just a matter of days. And we were praying. Okay, now it's weeks later. My mother's walking around, hair growing back, got a wig, entertaining guests. Didn't go to church today, but probably will go next week. The power of prayer. How dare people trivialize the spiritual access that our people have had? Nothing else. when you're surrounded by traitor, boule, sellout, wannabe, cynical, backstabbing black folk, coons, and racists and tethers, all you had was prayer and God. But in this film, the devils aren't even impressed by God. Bullshit. Bullshit. And anybody, and I know many of folk in tight situations couldn't find anything, got down and bowed their damn heads and asked, and it worked out for them. That's how we made it when there was nothing else, when banks wouldn't lend to us, when you couldn't go anywhere, couldn't do anything, you talked to God. For them to tell the audience that talking and asking God for intervention is of no use is sacrilege. It's disgraceful. It's the worst thing you could ever tell people, that there's nothing to your belief in God, but there is something to hoodoo and vampires and doing whatever the fuck you want to do. That's insane. But that's what that film does. And then, of course, the most satisfying part of the film is, on the other hand, just as problematic. You got a situation where, what's this dude? Because I get them confused because they're two twins. Which one is one that shoots up everybody at the end? Who's the one that ambushes them? Hold on one second. Smoke. Smoke, who is the surviving brother who doesn't become the vampire, and it's stacked it is. He basically wipes out like maybe 2 or 3 dozen Ku Klux Klansmen. And it's satisfying to see a lot of racist people get punished, I must admit. It felt good. I mean, that could have been the whole film for me. But I also know social reality. I also know, because I have a book right up here called We Will Shoot Back, that talks about black folks defending themselves in Mississippi, and one black man fighting back, and white folks hunting him down. Thousands of white men looking for one black who shot at one white person. Where's my book I had, Without Sanctuary? It's in here. Lynchings, as many as 50,000 white folks would show up to kill one black person. They'd come in by chartered trains to kill black people. All in the telegraph and radio to let people know. The Black Wall Street, the decision to destroy the black people was published in the newspaper. They had planes to bomb them. That was coordinated. They had a master plan for destroying that black community. They had a master plan for Rosewood. They had a master plan for Oconee, Florida. They had a master plan for East St. Louis. Someone black shot back, one white person injured in East St. Louis. They killed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of black people. They burnt like up to 100 city blocks because one white got shot. Close to that time, this 1932. Hold on. Let me get this thing. The Helena, Arkansas, which is in the Arkansas Delta. Let me see. Distance. I'm going to find out. Distance. I'm going to tell y'all something. Y'all work with me. Distance of Helena, I'm going to tell you something. Give me 1 second. Let me tell you how deep this is. Helena, Arkansas It's 33 miles from Clarksdale, Mississippi, people. It's 29.6 minutes by car. It's 33 miles. Why am I bringing it up? Because I want you to understand something. Because, see, this film is putting some social realism in your head that ain't real. Y'all don't realize how close these places are in the Delta. Helena, Arkansas. I'm going to put in race. Happened in 1919. Near Helena, Arkansas, is a city called Elaine. September 30th, 1919. Black folks were simply trying to get, September 30th through October 2nd, 1919. In the vicinity of Elaine, a rural area in Phillips County, Arkansas. African Americans were organizing against peonage, another word for slavery, and abusive tenant farming. As many as several hundred African Americans and 5 white men were killed. Estimates of the death made the immediate aftermath of the Elaine massacre by eyewitnesses range from 50 to more than 100. Let me read some more. Walter Francis White, an NAACP attorney who visited Elaine shortly after the incident, stated 25 Negroes killed, although some place the Negro fatality is as high as 100. More recent estimates in the 21st century of the number of Black people killed during this violence are higher estimates than estimates provided by the eyewitnesses and have ranged into the hundreds. White mobs were aided by federal troops requested by Arkansas's Governor Charles Hillman Breaux and local terrorist organizations. Governor Breaux led a contingent of 583 U.S. soldiers from Camp Pike with a 12-gun machine gun battalion. The number of Blacks killed could be as many as 1,000 because Black folks simply wanted to not be treated like slaves and get a fair price for their cotton. And white folks called them communists, and they mass murdered Black people. The number of 1,000 is as good a number as 100 because Black life didn't matter. White folk attacked Black people in a church. Someone allegedly shot back, and they killed maybe 1,200. They killed everybody Black that they could find was killed. Men, women, children. Machine gunned. 1919. Before 1932, 30 miles from Clarksdale, Mississippi. Are y'all understanding me? The Army came in and mass murdered Black people. How many people do you think 580 soldiers can kill if it's men, women, and children, largely unarmed? Do you think anyone cares? The Army was used to kill Black people in East St. Louis in 1917, 2 years prior. Soldiers were used on Black people in other places. Excuse me? So you're going to jump out and be Mr. Black, big and bad with the Tommy gun and grenades and blow away about 30 some odd white men, and they're going to just take that? And they're not going to set the entire Black portions of Clarksdale and the surrounding areas alight? Anyone remotely connected, assumed connected, would be killed, would have been murdered, man, woman, child. When they burned East St. Louis, They burned people alive in a movie theater, maybe 200 people. Did anyone white get convicted? No. No, never. Did anyone get killed for all the people that was slaughtered after Hurricane Katrina occurred? They don't know how many blacks were killed. There's no discussion. That's recent. That's been in 20 years in our lifetime. White folk came out with guns to keep black people from escaping. They shot and killed and went around killing black folks. Nobody got in trouble. That's recent. In a big urban black predominant city called New Orleans. Now, you're going to tell me in Mississippi 90 years ago that someone can machine gun and grenade and mass kill white men and their families and everybody not come and punish everybody black remotely connected in any way to it? Come on, Ryan Coogler. Good film. But I hope no stupid young black folks who don't read take it seriously that you can just go and shoot at white folks and there not be retaliation against everybody black. People don't even know about it. People don't even know what's going on. If you remember the O.J. Simpson trial, I worked in media. I got so much hate. I mean, I'm not O.J. It's across the country. Never met or don't know. These folk want to kill you over something they see on television. Y'all don't know how much people hate us? That they'll kill you over something that happened in another country. They're mad at you. They're looking at you like you did it. You think that could happen in Mississippi, that someone could just pull out a machine gun and just mow down white folks, even if it felt good? That there wouldn't be consequences for the surround. Everybody in the black community would be paying for it. Has that happened? Yes. There have been massacres all over the South. They've not been well documented. The United States government didn't even take the time to detail in real numbers all the blacks being murdered all over the South between 1864 and 1868. Actually, 69. They were just killing them. White folks would go and push a black person. They push back, pull out a gun, and just start shooting everyone black. This happened in Memphis. This happened in New Orleans. This happened all over the country. It happened in Arkansas. They would burn up men, women, and children. This is the history of the South. This is a history that old people don't even talk about it. They keep it quiet because it's so bad. It's just not worth talking about. What are you going to do? Massacres of black people at Milliken's Bend during the Civil War, massacres in Florida at Olustee, massacres in Virginia at the Battle of the Crater, massacre of blacks at Fort Pillow, where they just killed black folks, even when they surrendered, mass murdered them in uniform, and almost no punishment. These things happen. Black people were 25% of the population of Kentucky in 1864. Within a short period of time, thousands of black people driven out of Kentucky. Basically, they left or they were burnt out. White folk came, guns, horses, split. And some black people had their hands cut off so they couldn't work for anyone else. That's the Deep South. Now, I have a master's degree in study of race relations in the South. Okay, from the University of Virginia. I'm ABD. I'm no dummy. I look at that and I say, I don't mind. I mean, it was cool watching folk get gunned down, but you would have had to have shown something to counter, because white folk wouldn't have let that go. White folks are vengeful. They don't forgive. They don't forget. And in fact, they will invent something and hate you for something that didn't even happen and try to punish you for it. I'm not saying be afraid. I'm not saying don't fight back. I'm simply saying, if you're going to do a representation of black life and you call yourself FBA, then damn it, get it right. And it seems like you could have some historians, just like you had the damn people that work root work and hoodoo and voodoo, should have had some people like me to say, oh, you can't do it quite like that. You would probably need some white folks to help fight these people so it's not just the black-white thing. And even if you had white folk help you, they'd be nigger lovers and they'd come after them. So what I'll say to you about about the film Sinners is, in reality, the people in the church that weren't drinking and drugging, they were mostly kids all dressed in white, which is bullshit. Look, if you've ever lived in some place like Charlottesville or someplace in the South where the soil is red, it's very hard to keep your shoes clean. You're not going to wear white pants because of the soil will stain and ruin the clothes. There'll never be enough bleach because those clothes change. It changes the color even of your dungarees. That's why people wear dungarees. Clothes that are resistant to the soils changing the color, that you can wash dungarees and it doesn't look as like you can't get the dirt out. That's one of the reasons you wear them. Nobody's going to wear all white clothes, especially kids. The way they get dirty, parents would have beat their kids half to death all the time. They'd have to wash all the dirt off. It's a good film. It's a start, but he's a young man. And I'm going to say this about a lot of younger black folks. A lot of y'all don't know shit. You're really good with the computers and technical stuff and applications, but you don't have the historical or social content. And you don't want it. A lot of times, everything is, oh, they're old niggas. Well, one, it's like I was talking to a young person that's 21, and they don't fucking read. So it's real basic shit they should know if they were a regular reader. They don't know. I mean, they may know how to do this, know how to do that. They know all these things they can do, but they don't have any content. That's one of the reasons I read books, to give people evidence, facts, dates, persons, sources to look at. And why I'm going to talk about this, and that's why I took the time to get these books. This is an ex-library book. That's why you see the little thing there, and I didn't steal it. I bought it. I just took the thing off because I didn't want it. What the libraries are doing all over this country, people, is they're destroying Black history. What the libraries do when their budgets are cut and this, that, and the other, and they're looking for ways to raise money, they sell off the Black materials that they don't want in the library any damn way, and they can get good money. Because there are a lot of old books that you can get on Black Americans, if you know anything about books, like this book, Africa in America. Doesn't look like much to you, but it's a $200 book. I didn't pay $200 for it. I know how to buy. But it's a book about Black people. Books used to be less expensive, especially about us, and what they've done is made the price of books for Black people prohibitive. Show you another book I got recently. I'm very happy about it. Race and Culture in the Modern World by E. Franklin Frazier. Thank God this isn't an ex-library book, but somebody let it go. And it's a good book. It talks about race and all kinds of stuff all over the world. E. Franklin Frazier being a great sociologist that was at Howard, who wrote the Black Bourgeoisie, among other books. I was able to get this, I think, reasonably inexpensively. So you wonder why I always ask people for donations. Let me try to make certain I can get my hands on it. I had never owned this. This is E. Franklin Frazier, one of the very first major studies in the Black family, the Negro family in the United States by E. Franklin Frazier. If you know how to buy, you might get it for $50. If you're stupid, they'll charge you up to $300, $400 for this book. A lot of Black classic literature material are being purged out of libraries and sold because people who understand the value of our history will pay for it. Black books are like gold because there's usually not many. Folks are hostile to our history and our culture. Therefore, this almost is forbidden literature. Another one. This is another lucky to get this. You can pay up to $400-$500 for this book. I think I paid less than that, but this is an old book. Negroes in American Society, one of the old classics. A lot of these, and newer books, they're all sold out. The people don't want the books in the library. You get a racist librarian. They want to do something for their budget. They say, you know what? Sell off all the nigger shit. Fuck them. And they sell off all the books on Black people. and they end up in the hands of private people, which means if you don't buy books, you won't find them. I can say to you that my mother, God bless her, where we lived in Virginia, they didn't have any books on black people in the library except for Little Black Sambo, really, really racist ass plantation melodies, books that made fun of black people. It was wild. My mother had to fight those white holes in there to get relevant books on black people. I have another ex-library book. This I may have shown you. This is The Negro in Chicago. It's about the Chicago race massacre where the white people tried to exterminate the blacks in Chicago, and the black people fought back. And by the way, that's one of the reasons the state of Illinois has very strict gun laws. It's because when the whites went in to mass kill the black people in the summer of 1919, the black people, once they realized white folks were after them, the black folks got out their guns, and even though they were outnumbered, blacks may have been 3-4% of the population of Chicago, armies of white community gangs that went to attack black folks got their asses kicked. And then they changed the laws so black people couldn't have weapons to protect themselves from white terror. That's in Chicago. That's up north where Sammy Moore is trying to get from Mississippi. Before he even gets there, they don't want black people to have, it's here in the book, they don't want black people to have so many clubs or whatever, because they found black folks who went to clubs and all, and black criminals tend to be the people who would fight back. Again, that's because a lot of coon preachers teach people that everybody is their friend, and our black churches have been getting the shit burnt out of them for 160 years, 170 years. Come on, y'all. Actually, going back to Jacksonian era, 200 years of them burning black houses of worship in this country. And these nigga preachers tell you everybody's your friend. It's not so. Love neighbor as self, but I love me enough to kick your ass if you put your hands on me. I love you enough to check your ass if you're out of order. Somebody say amen. This, I was lucky to get this Negro in Chicago, depending on, up to $1,200 for this book. They don't do that with the white books. It's just our stuff. It's being priced out of the range of black folks to afford it. And stupid ass people like Diddy and Shannon, who's that? Is it Shannon asshole Sharp, spent all that money on this stupid ass white girl that didn't want his ugly black ass in the first place. Probably has a bunch of white boys pimping her to him. They don't support black literature or knowledge or studies, right? Okay, good. There's somebody, one of the people that's trying to like be, go away. I don't want you. There's certain people that try to hang around. I'm not fighting for people to be here. I'm not doing something that I don't have a whole bunch of special effects. I could do it. I'm not trying to. But our history, people that think, I got this book. I never thought I'd own it. Black and Conservative, George Schuyler, a black person went from being revolutionary on the left to becoming anti-black. He's one of the early black conservatives who sort of like, long before you could even have somebody like Clarence Thomas, you had George Schuyler, who used to argue against Malcolm X and get embarrassed. This kind of material, alongside destroying a people, you destroy their literature. Remember that before they gassed the Jews, they burnt up their books, they removed their information, their history. These kinds of things are happening now. And even if they say, okay, it's Trump, okay, but you don't see the damn Democratic white people or the other people stopping it, meaning that they have it both ways, right? And, we're not going to do that. Are y'all following me? So, and at the end of the film, as it's said, you've got Stack and Annie, who are basically demonic vampires that live on forever miserably, and they run into Mr. Moore, Sammy Moore in Chicago, and he still has the slash in his face from being scratched by the vampire, whatever, and so forth. What you get out of that is evil has no checks. Evil is it lives into infinity, and good is subject to evil. That's a terrible message to say to people, that there is no hope for things to get better. And like when Sammy goes and his father's begging him after seeing all the horrors in the juke joint, and his father's begging him to come back to God, please, I need you. He runs away from his father, go off to Chicago to play blues to white people. And in reality, what the film centers is that the sin of the people in the church is that they don't allow self-deification, because Sammy says he felt great when the devils all loved his music and everybody was listening to him. That was the best day in his life. Glorification of self instead of deification of God. The people in the church that deify God are repressive losers. And the people that deify self, they're the winners. That's the satanic Luciferian message that film communicates. And maybe you believe that, and maybe you think there is no good or no evil. And if there is no good or no evil, then there's no such thing as racism, and suck up all the bullshit that you get from people that hate you, because there's no such thing as hate. Relativism was created by GCP, leftists, and so forth, who don't like the Bible. In fact, relativism says that an ass is a pussy and a pussy is an ass. And a vagina is a dick and a dick is a vagina. You can't be opposed to some of the shit you don't like and be a relativist. So you're for pedophilia, sodomy, having sex with animals, and Satanism, or you're not. And this is sort of where a lot of black folks are you're just moral, ethical clusterfucks. You don't have any principles or anything that you stake or you stand on. You're weak. How are you going to resist people who have strong cultures and strong ideas, like white supremacists and Korean supremacists and Zionist supremacists and all the other people that are nationalistic, that have their ideas that you can't change or mend, and your ass is so flexible you're all over the place fighting for everyone else and you don't stand for yourself? And you're running after African cultural stuff that Africans don't want, thinking that's going to make you whole. In fact, I'm going to say something else that pissed me off about the film. They showed some damn Choctaw Indians in there, but the Choctaw Indians look like Plains Indians. They didn't look like Choctaw Indians I've seen. They were the Indians looked like Sioux or Apache. I mean, not even a dark Apache, to make certain that they didn't look anything like some of the Indians I know that look like Black Americans. So Mr. Kugler continued this thing and they had the scene where all these people are dancing in the burning juke joint, and it's all these people from Africa, and they're doing stuff. And that stupid ass guy that played the harmonica says everything comes from Africa. It is a lie, friends. I like Africa and Africans. I can't wait. When my mother's well enough, the whole purpose of this year, I plan to spend some time to go and visit friends in Africa all over. Not getting to do that right now. Had to spend money on other stuff to stay alive. So there's nothing but love for Africa, the good ones. But there's plenty of shit that's been made here by us, for us, and only us. And Mr. Kugler misses that point. That's a crime too. And the kind of Christianity that would produce a Nat Turner or Martin Luther King or Frederick Douglass or Adam Clayton Powell. By the way, Adam Clayton Powell Sr.'s Christianity influenced Dietrich Bonhoeffer, seen as one of the greatest European pastors of all times to stand up to Hitler, was sitting up in Abyssinia Baptist Church in New York, soaking it all up. Or for that matter, the writer of the Indian Constitution, Baba Sahib Rao Ambedkar, sitting up in Harlem, going to Abyssinia Baptist Church, goes back to fight the caste system in India and write their constitution, watching the NAACP and black folks. We created something here that's dynamic worldwide. Mr. Kugler's ass needs to study as well as he can shoot a film and get it funded. I'm sick and tired of the Aboriginal presence in America being ignored. I have no issue with embracing Africa. Unlike some of these other people that are pretendians, I found people who are African, even if they have no name, on the records when you do it genealogically, that these people are from Africa. And it's not everybody, but it's some people. I'm named for a black Indian. Okay, I don't use the name. And these people were not from Africa. And the dude didn't like people that were really black. I don't like it. I'm just telling you. So this is foolish. Now, these people are Indian and they're mixed with they're mixed. Some people from Europe, some people that are here in America, some people from Africa. We're a blend of all of it. It should not be that we have to act as if everybody came here from Africa. When I've seen people that look like they're from Iceland screaming about Africa, and I'm not knocking them. I'm only saying that not everybody in your family is from Africa the way you look. When are we going to be honest about that? And it's interesting that we can like have a massacre of white men, or should I say a self-defensive situation where you mow down a whole bunch of white men in fantasy, but we can't embrace the reality of the diversity of our gene pool and the uniqueness of us being a cosmopolitan blend of people unique to the United States. And we've impacted the whole world. Okay. And I'm not dependent on somebody in Africa to teach me how to sing or dance. Nobody in Africa did that. I've been all over in Africa. And if you've ever heard some terrible singing, I'm telling you, the average white person here sings better than a whole bunch of people in Africa. That shit blew my mind how a whole bunch of Africans can't sing and don't do it well. It's like, I asked me to go to church. No, I would make certain. Can the people in your church sing worth a damn? You don't have a long praise service. I don't want to hear the horrible Africans that can't sing on key and off pitch. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. There's no way that people sing fucked up like that created the music that's here. It doesn't add up. So people from there with that fucked up music got a change, in particular the Christian influence, the hymnody, and some of the stuff that came over from Moors and other people like Beethoven and Tosca and other people, blended with this Aboriginal American stuff and created this synthesis here. It didn't all come over from Africa. Stop handing. You complain about Elvis, who never claimed to make rock and roll music. He ain't the king of rock. I hate Elvis. Elvis Presley didn't hate black people. Yet there are tethers that hate black people that claim everything we have, and we love them. It's amazing. Elvis Presley always said it's black people's music. It comes from the church. It comes from the church. No matter what, always told the truth. Elvis Presley's a monster, but when an African or Caribbean lies and says something that we made is theirs, sometimes you get hurt a little bit, but you say this is right. False attribution is false attribution, whether Africans or Caribbeans or whites do it. Let's treat everybody fair. Let's cut ourselves into our own legacy by being honest about our history, our past, our present, and what our potential is. And if you want to make a science fiction film in which black folk conquer white people, which you'll never get funding from the GCPs in Hollywood, then you do it. But don't try to make it seem as if there's some social reality to black folks just shooting up a bunch of white people. And Django, sort of, but anybody know anything about the Civil War? They were killing black people and continue to kill black people to this day. If you do something to them, they're coming for you. They're not like black people that forgive what white people do to them, but can't forget stuff, real and imagine, that black folk have done to them, like mistaken identities, folk killing people because I thought you were someone. So I will give the film, minus its ahistorical characteristics, its cultural omissions, which are egregious. I will give the film an A for being entertaining. I will give the cinematography an A. I will give it mostly A's, but I'm going to give them a C minus for some of the cultural things. And frankly, I've noticed all these black films that get all the funding always diminish getting the culture right. Like in The New Color Purple, that you can just go up and buy ice cream from an ice cream person. They're not going to hand no nigga in their hand no ice cream cone. I mean, come on, Oprah. Y'all had to know that. And they had an African dude whose name was Blitz make this fake ass film that's not even based in reality. Um, what's wrong with reality? Are we so ashamed and we feel we're so weak we can't change anything that now we've got to be into fantasy like white folks imagine that Cleopatra's white and Jesus is white and Shaka Zulu's white? Are we that stupid, that weak, that we can't confront? Because if you can't confront what really happened, then you're not prepared to take on those things that are ahead, that may happen, that are likely to recur in a pattern if you never deal with what was. I'm Dr. Randy Short saying, see the film Sinners with a critical eye, enjoy it for all the good aspects, but never forget, foundational Black Americans have Indian heritage considerably. There's a very strong Christian component that is dominant. Hoodoo and all these other little bone and chicken bone type shit, chicken killing shit, cards and oils and shit, is marginal compared to the Christian influence and presence in our lives. And lastly, we're deeply hated people. Chinese and folks don't blend with us because they don't want to. And white folks absolutely wouldn't be trying to go to a black juke joint in the middle of the night. They would have just attacked it as soon as go to it. And anyone black hurting white folk in an egregious way, even imagine if there was a threat of it, there would be mass retaliation because white people are armed to the teeth. Going back to the 1790s for these rules around militias and guns. This is all about killing us if necessary. It is hardwired and hard baked into the culture. Last but not least, music in the South. All of American music comes out of the Negro spiritual, the Jubilee, the shout song, the work song. All this stuff is Christian based or influenced. Blues comes from religious music. It does not emerge independent of it. It's garbage to not show that. It's sacrilegious to pretend that it's not there. It's like saying Dr. Martin Luther King, and what was his damn vocation? He was a preacher. Well, what does that mean? Duh. He's a church person. Even if his pants weren't zipped up, his Bible was open. And spiritually speaking, demons and devils are not more powerful than God. Anyone presenting that point of view is Luciferian. And that would explain why folk would give you $90 million to tell people that the devil is greater than God. Many people worship Lucifer. Many of them have a religious group that many people consider aligned with Christianity, and it isn't. If you wonder why there's always a strong anti-Christian thing in black films that you see, consider who funds and greenlights it. And it seems as if the same people that have contaminated the music, that have brought drugs into our neighborhood and alcohol and everything else, also introduce Luciferianism and feminism and baby killing. It's the same people. Open your damn eyes. I'm signing out. I'm going to come back and do reading. I just wanted to do this review. It's an hour and 37 minutes. I'm going to do this. I'm going to leave these other channels up, and I'm going to knock off my main ones. And yeah, I'll leave this one on. And by the way, moderators, anybody that says anything stupid, I don't want to see them again. I'm trying to educate. Now, if you have any questions, otherwise, if there's not, I'm going to get into doing some reading. I got my board. I'm very excited about that. I have my book. I want to read this. This is so good to me. I got a couple really good ones. And that's next. So if you guys are willing to give me 5 minutes, who's going to give me 5 to 10 minutes? I'm going to simply put up another stream because I'm going to do another program. Is that okay? Can y'all treat me white? Okay. I'm going to shut this down and I'm going to come back and I'm going to lead in with some of this book here, Lynchings of Women in the United States, recorded cases 1851, 1946. And please note that most lynching victims in America that were female were black. The feminists won't tell you this. Black women disproportionately represent the women lynched, disproportionately number the women that are in prison, disproportionately number the women that are raped in the army, disproportionately homeless. Black women don't get any equity out of this damn feminist movement. Any black woman running around calling herself a feminist is a goddamn idiot. Quote me, you're a stupid ass, baby killing, pussy licking idiot. I don't care if you disagree. Even if you don't do it, your fellow traveler with it. Feminism must die so the black community can live. Women's rights, yes. Feminism, no. Black women's rights and black women's liberation and empowerment, yes. Pork chop feminism, hell no, never. I'll be right back. You have to understand the point of executions. I'm going to bring out that other book. I'm gonna read. It was crazy. These things still happen. These things still happen. The mass killing of black women still happens. We're not dealing. Wow. It's a front. It was a front. That was deeply hurt. Okay, we got a second. I'm going to take some antihistamine. So let's see. And you guys come right back. I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, we're back. All right. Hey, Mary, how you doing? I had to take that break. Whew. Okay, let's give it a second. But I got my book, and I may grab one other because it's really uh, uh, hmm. I'm thinking I might even add some other stuff in here. Do pieces. There's a really good one from way back in the day when these old angry Negroes from way back who had his book talking how mad he was. Okay, let's see. And I told people I wouldn't be long. We in business now, right? We have to like get stuff. Got to get it going on. Wait a second. Where is it? Okay, I'm not gonna dig for it. Okay, we're gonna get a quorum. I just have retweet this because we in business. I love this. Oh yes, Lord. Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna do something funny. Should I do something funny, sis? I should do something funny. Here it is. Oh, that's what I want. Hmm. Okay, let's get ready. I feel like introducing something. I do. I feel like introducing something and getting a stack. And I'm going to start with something different because we're going to do the lynching one. But let me start something different just to get warmed up here, just to get my stride in. You know, we got to get a stride to do this reading, right? And so there we go. Let me take a shot. I had some. Okay. I'm going to introduce something different. I told you I'm going to do one thing, but I'm going to do something just because I love sharing information. Because the main part of this is this lynching thing. But I was talking to you about books, and I had 40 people. Why I read books. I'm going to show you what I'm going to do first. There's 7, 9, there are 11 people. Okay, we're going to just do this anyway. This is a book I'm going to read from later, but I'm going to debut it. This is a very good book, and it fits into why we do reading, why I do this while a lot of people are busy and do something else. So, again, I'm going to tell you the title of this book. It's called The South's Long War on Black Literacy, or the short title is Dangerous Learning by Derek W. Black. Dangerous Learning by Derek W. Black. I'm going to simply read the introduction. And for the people that missed this, they missed it. On March 3rd, 1862, 41 men and 12 women, all white, huddled along the edge of New York Harbor waiting for a military steamship, the Atlantic, to carry them deep into troubled waters. Though the bustling harbor reflected business as usual, further south, the country was ripping itself apart. Before they could board the Atlantic, they had to sign oaths of allegiance to the United States. The conflict would soon become a great civil war, testing whether this nation or any nation so conceived in liberty and so dedicated can long endure. But on that March morning, President Abraham Lincoln and his allies still saw the conflict through a narrower lens as the unavoidable price of saving the Union. This group of 53 already knew far more was at stake than a mere political union. They carried no muskets, bayonets, or knives. Instead, their bags were packed with Bibles, dictionaries, and reading primers. These Gideonites, as soldiers derisively called them, saw Lincoln's war as a fight for black freedom and believed literacy was the key to unlocking it. Let's stop for 1 second. Gideonites. Have you been in a hotel and seen the Bible there? The Gideons? I didn't even know that's where this came from. Gideon, the Gideonites. So literacy is a weapon for black freedom. They boarded the Atlantic on the promise that they could participate in an experiment to test black autonomy. A major Union victory in the South Carolina Sea Islands had recently placed 10,000 black people safely behind Union lines. Fewer than a dozen white Southerners remained. Per official Union policy, these black people were contraband of war, a strange netherworld status between free and enslaved. A handful of individuals in the Lincoln administration were pressing for the chance to explore post-war possibilities in these isolated islands. Of course, these are the sea islands that they're taking from everybody, right? President Lincoln signed off on the experiment, but had not uttered a word about emancipation. He was still publicly saying, if I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. Talk like that scared some volunteers away. At a public meeting shortly before the Atlantic's voyage, several missionaries openly worried that Lincoln might return. the people of the Sea Islands to slavery in some sort of truce to end the war. Those aboard the Atlantic did not discount this possibility, but the transcendent moral nature of their mission compelled them to act anyway. They believed that if Black people could prove themselves worthy of citizenship, they might one day have it. The missionaries' grand hopes rested largely on Brigadier General Edward Pierce. Unabashedly sympathetic to Black people's plight, Pierce had recently published an essay in the Atlantic magazine suggesting that the Union should enlist willing Black men in the war and prepare the rest for citizenship through education. Treasury Secretary Salmon Chase, Lincoln's rival for the 1860 Republican presidential nomination, handpicked Pierce to oversee contraband affairs in the Sea Islands. Soon after taking the post, Pierce had written to the American Missionary Association asking it to send teachers. Now they were coming. The missionaries in the next 6 days aboard the Atlantic were fraught with danger and uncertainty, though the passengers desperately wanted information. They extracted very little from officers who were more consumed with safe passage along the southern coast, save Fort Monroe, a small island near Norfolk, Virginia, controlled by the enemy. New orders or cannon fire could force them to retreat to New York at any moment. Tensions finally eased on March 9, 1862, when the Atlantic docked in Beaufort, South Carolina, the Sea Islands port of entry. Pierce greeted the passengers with the speech. Quote, "Never," he told them, "did a vessel bear a colony on a nobler mission, not even the Mayflower when she conveyed pilgrims to Plymouth." The unprecedented work that they would undertake deserved the highest of all recognitions ever accorded to angels or to men, in this life or the next. While their white countrymen thought of Black people only as slaves or servants, the missionaries would show Blacks and whites to be equal. They would usher in a new birth of freedom in America through Black literacy. Standing in their way were 4 decades of Southern efforts to impose ignorance on the region. 2 slave revolts, one in Charleston, South Carolina in 1822, and the other in Southampton, Virginia in 1831, had triggered a war on Black literacy that eventually engulfed the entire South. The revolt leaders were highly literate and leveraged the knowledge and communication ability that literacy provided to catalyze their followers between the revolts. A third Black man, free and living in the North, had written a manifesto. Let me pull that out. Maybe I should read some of it. Had written a manifesto and started shipping it into the depths of slavery's empire. He called on Black people, free and enslaved, to shake off the mental chains of slavery through education and seize their freedom as their birthright by any means necessary. Of course, they're making reference to David Walker's appeal, and I may read some of this. Hysteria ensued across the South. White leaders were convinced that Black literacy was to blame for the Black rebellions, and the manifesto would provoke more. Literacy alerted Black people to the Congress's slavery debates, sparked notions of revolution, inflated their expectations of a better way of life, and exposed them to contradictory biblical passages that, in the white Southerners' view, would overwhelm their capacity to understand. Remember my slave Bible? They had written a Bible to make Black people kiss ass and pick cotton. They had a hardback slave Bible to make Black folk kiss their ass. For all of you liars out there that have been told that the Bible made Black people slaves, white Southerners absolutely. The real Bible frightened them. The subhuman Bible for Black people, they liked. Bible doesn't make you a slave. Misunderstanding or being mistaught or getting cultic information will make you a slave. Again, literacy alerted black people to Congress's slavery debates, sparked notions of revolution, just reading people, inflated the expectations of a better way of life, and exposed them to contradictory biblical passages that, in white Southerners' view, would overwhelm their capacity to understand. In other words, if you really learn about the Bible and what's going on for yourself, you can't be anyone's slave. The only safe course of action was to keep dangerous information secret. Translation, keep niggas dumb. By the early 1830s, all but a few southern states had imposed severe sanctions on any enslaved person caught trying to read or write, as well as on any person, white or black, caught teaching them. Some states went further, criminalizing literacy for free black people, too. The punishment for the first offense was 50 lashes. For the second, in some states, it was death. That's right. They used to kill black people for learning how to read or knowing how to read. Nowadays, they've destroyed phonics and all in the schools, so the boys and girls will go to jail or into sex work or drugs or gangs where they can control them. Literacy is deliberately being undermined in our country, and it has been since the late 1960s, following in particular the urban revolts of black people in 1967. Actually, it really started in 65. It's been 60 years of them working steadily to destroy literacy in the black community. And our stupid hip hop culture and other things, and no good Negro preachers and others have contributed to this ignorance. Again, death. And regardless of what the law dictated, those who held black people in bondage claimed the right to take more aggressive measures. So, even if the state said just 50 lashes, they could do whatever they wanted to because a slave is property, not a person. They chopped off fingers and hands, burned flesh with hot irons, and beat people within an inch of their lives so that their punishments would serve as to warn everyone that crossed paths with the victims. The hysteria extended to books and newspapers too. For even white people, it was a crime to possess certain text. At first, abolitionist newspapers were banned, but once abolitionist literature was expunged, the governments in the South looked for new villains. Some leaders claimed that all Northern literature, including its magazines and textbooks, was infected with anti-Southern bias that would undermine the Southern way of life. As a replacement, they pushed textbooks. Think about Texas, people. Textbooks. And literature from the South, by the South, and for the South. By the 1830s, a pall of orthodoxy descended over the region, constricting not only black people's literacy, but white people's access to information. The orthodoxy only grew more belligerent and more unpersuadable and more repressive with time. Yet, despite every manner of oppression and brutality, black literacy never fully died in the South. Black people did not need missionaries to convince them of literacy's worth. Some had been secretly teaching themselves since the literacy crackdowns. Decades of repression could not extinguish the skills that black individuals acquired before the crackdowns and passed on to friends and family across the generations. Others had painstakingly taught themselves with stolen books or scraps of paper. As forbidden fruit, secret learning took on special meaning in the enslaved community as the highest ability that a person could wield, so powerful that some thought it was akin to magic. As one of the first missionary teachers wrote, enslaved people in the Sea Islands knew, quote, knew that there was power in letters, close quote. They had seen devastating things. Quote, a scrap of writing sent from the master to the overseer, close quote, could do. Days after the Union victory in the Sea Islands, black people began rekindling the flames of black literacy. On St. Helena Island, they claimed a brick church that they had built with their own hands for white people a few years earlier to be their schoolhouse. When the missionaries arrived later, they saw black people pursue education with the passion that the visitors could have never imagined. Black people were eager, as one formerly enslaved woman explained, to put behind them the days of crawling under the house and lie on the ground to hear Massa read the newspaper to the missus. Another recalled they wanted to move beyond memorizing and later repeating someone who could decode them the letters of the words that the white people spelled out when they didn't want me to know something. Formerly enslaved mothers wanted their children to go to school as soon as they could walk and were bitterly disappointed that they were not reading by the time they were 3 or 4. One teacher, awestruck by the passion, described those early days of schooling as black people's first act on coming to the surface, a kind of instinctive head shaking and clearing of the eyes after emerging from the waters. They crossed long distances by foot and boat daily, relocated permanently, and rearranged their schedule to ensure their children could attend school, making the first group of teachers far too small to meet the demand. Schoolrooms were, in the word of one teacher, filled to overflowing with eager, expectant scholars, including their parents. Scenes like this would soon require teachers to abandon places like the brick church for buildings that could accommodate more students. While the Sea Islands commanding officer, General Thomas W. Sherman, saw schooling as necessary to enable blacks to support and govern themselves in the absence and abandonment of their disloyal guardians, black people saw something deeper. A middle-aged woman who arrived at the school with her children, grandchildren, mother, and grandmother, 5 generations of enslaved people, spanning from infancy to 100 years of age, explained it most simply. Quote, us want to learn, for we have been in darkness too long, and we're in light, us want to learn. Close quote. Over the next 3 war-torn years in the Sea Islands and other communities, more teachers arrived, more schools were built, more children and adults learned to read. Black people demonstrated the power of literacy and, with their teachers, laid the foundation for public education in the South. A generation of black leaders rose from these communities in the years following the war to demand that the South do right by all its people. Though their immediate priority was to remedy the harms of slavery and to elevate black people to full citizenship, these black leaders changed life's possibility for all the South's children, black and white. Poor and working class white children had been, albeit to a much different degree, victims of the slaveocracy's anti-education policies too. During Reconstruction, a region that had long refused to provide public education for anyone suddenly tried to provide it for everyone. Southern states wrote public education obligations into their state constitutions, created new methods to finance the obligation, and exponentially increased the number of children, white and black, attending school. Yet for all of these gains, black education was still contested. Old ways of thinking died hard and sometimes not at all. A year after the war's end, Atwood Pollard wrote The Lost Cause as a vindication of the honor of the South and declared, now a war of ideas is what the South wants to insist on perpetuating. The war may have been decided the restoration of the Union and the excision of slavery, but it did not decide Negro equality or any other issue pertaining to Southern orthodoxy, which Southern people will still claim, and still assert in their rights and views. The tamest opposition to black littered the newspapers with racist rants about black people's intellectual capacity and maligned the public education system as social engineering designed to use white taxpayers' money to turn black people against white people. We're hearing this right now, people. The most violent opposition burned black children's schools, intimidated students, tarred and feathered and fired shots at their teachers. The resistance understood that the public education system not only symbolized the rebirth of freedom and democracy, but it made it possible. If public education remained free, open, and adequate, it would be a gateway to black citizenship and a functioning democracy. When anti-literacy thinking returned to power following Reconstruction, it did not end the public education project, but it choked its funding and perverted its mission. In place of schools open to all, Southern constitutions mandated segregation. In the place of equitable funding systems, the states shifted responsibility to local communities and gave white officials the power and encouragement to divert far more funds to white students than black students. Southern leaders began censoring what was taught in these schools, insisting the war had been about Northern aggression, not slavery, and that the South had treated its slaves well. Any book of history or literature stating the contrary had to be expunged. With the law's blessing, segregated, unequal, and propaganda-based education would remain in place for the better part of a century. A cyclical push and pull around black literacy and then public education system stretches from the 1820s to today, forming two distinct lines. One line reveals a black freedom struggle perpetually anchored in the fight for education. In the antebellum period, literacy marked the line of freedom practically and psychologically. After the Civil War, education represented a new type of permanent and, proponents hoped, uncontested freedom, citizenship. 20th century civil rights advocates seeking to end the Jim Crow era placed education at the center of a renewed freedom struggle. Just like the Atlantic's missionaries and Reconstruction's black leaders, they believed that if they ended the educational inequality, full freedom would follow across all aspects of life. The Civil Rights Movement's seminal achievement, Brown versus Board of Education, stating it plainly, echoing Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP's legal team's argument, the Supreme Court wrote, education is perhaps the most important function of state and local governments. Compulsory school attendance laws and great expenditures for education both demonstrate our recognition of the importance of education to our democratic society. It is required in the performance of our most basic public responsibilities, even service in the armed forces. It is the very foundation of good citizenship. Today, it is a principal instrument in awakening a child to cultural values and preparing him for later professional training and helping him to adjust normally to his environment. And these days, it is doubtful that any child may reasonably be expected to succeed in life if he's denied the opportunity of an education. The nation now confronts another racial reckoning, and education is again taking center stage. Reoccurring police violence against black people sparked the reckoning in 2020, but the focus soon shifted to public schools. Principals, teachers, and counselors increasingly questioned why law and policy had been so inept in addressing the needs of students of color and other disadvantaged students. Rather than wait for state and federal fixes, some educators attempted their own solutions, applying a stricter lens of equity to their own practices, diversifying the curriculum, adopting humane discipline policies, and making their spaces and programs more inclusive. These educators may not yet be in the majority, but they were trying to make Brown's promise real with the tools at their disposal. Some even explicitly situate themselves within black people's longer freedom struggle, calling their work abolitionist teaching. A second historical line runs alongside the black freedom struggle, connecting in the 1820s to today. It reveals white people perpetually resisting black freedom and later black equality through anti-literacy policies, attacks on public education, segregation, and now censorship. In the antebellum period, the Southern states criminalized black literacy, limited the movement of black people who might spread knowledge, banned any literature perceived as seditious, intimidated postal workers and offices that might carry the literature, and started a propaganda campaign to publish purely Southern newspapers and textbooks, which meant literature that reinforced and staunchly defended slavery and all of its tentacles. In the aftermath of the Civil War, these political strains quickly morphed into vigilante violence against black schools and opposition to the public education project. During Jim Crow, the opposition reclaimed the political power and turned public education against black equality. 3/4 of a century later, Brown declared this assault unconstitutional, but the reprieve was only partial and short-lived. Much like the Reconstruction era, by the 1970s, violent resistance to school desegregation was reshaping mainstream politics. Having lost the 1960 presidential election on a moderate ticket, a Republican nominee, Richard Nixon, tapped into Southern resistance during his 1968 presidential campaign, speaking directly to the sympathies of Southern delegates to the Republican National Convention. He criticized the practice of desegregation buses, saying that when your child is bused into a strange community, I think you destroy that child. The fault, he argued, rested with the courts. It was their job to interpret the law and not to make the law. Only local school districts were qualified to make decisions about how to best educate students. With that type of talk, Nixon secured the support of staunch segregationists like Senator Strom Thurmond, who had set the length record with his filibuster of a desegregation bill in 1957. By the way, that was recently overtaken by Senator Cory Booker, everyone, within the last, I'd say, 4 weeks. Set the record filibuster of the desegregation bill in 1957 and flipped the South to the Republican ticket. A lot of people say that people did not switch due to segregation, but that's why people are Republicans down South. Once in the White House, Nixon flipped the Supreme Court too. He handpicked 4 justices whom he would believe would reshape or reverse the Warren Court's approach to school segregation. His appointments paid quick dividends. In 1973, the court held that racially imbalanced schools alone did not warrant a remedy. Plaintiffs had to prove intentional discrimination was the cause of segregation. The next year, another of the court's new evidentiary requirements blocked desegregation remedies that crossed school district boundaries, no matter how segregated that might leave schools. Those 2 holdings severely limited desegregation in the North and paved way for its end in the South. The final nail in the coffin came in 1992, when the demographic shift became a justification for the termination of desegregation orders. By 2004, Brown's 50th anniversary, its gains had been lost and schools were as racially isolated as they had been when school segregation began in earnest in the late 1960s. Despite the reversal of the mandatory segregation of more recent court decisions limiting even voluntary diversity efforts, white paranoia and hysteria have returned, dominating the daily news with stories of eerily reminiscent of the antebellum period, politicians and ideologues targeting public education and its values as a source of cultural decay. In 2020, President Trump charged schools with spinning a twisted web of lies about the nation's racial history akin to child abuse and announced a counter initiative to ensure patriotic education in schools. When his term ended a few months later, state legislators picked up the baton and banned the supposed teaching of critical race theory or any ideas that would make white students uncomfortable. Within a year, states were challenging public education in ways not seen since the massive resistance to school desegregation. Legislators, governors, and local school districts were taking or considering action to ban books, allow parents to micromanage the of education process, encourage families to exit the public school system, fine teachers for teaching objectionable concepts, and eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. In April 2022, Florida became the first to pass actual legislation in this vein, banning what its governor called wokeness and critical race theory that indoctrinates and discriminates against students, particularly white students. That same month, Chris Rufo, a driving force in the anti critical race theory legislation across the country, delivered a speech at Hillsdale College arguing that the ultimate solution to indoctrination was to deconstruct the public education system and replace it with the system of universal school choice in the form of private school vouchers. By October 2023, 18 states, primarily in the South, had passed legislation that restricts how schools teach and talk about race. 6 states also banned or limited diversity, equity, and inclusion programming, either by legislation or executive action. More than half the states operated programs that used public funds to pay the private school tuition of students who opted out of public school. The American Library Association found that 2,571 unique titles were banned or challenged. In 2022 alone, a 40% increase over the previous year. Events at the local level present an uglier picture. Far right individuals and groups have used outlandish untruths, unruly behavior, and death threats to intimidate school boards, superintendents, principals, and teachers who showed any ambivalence towards their agenda. In just a sampling of districts, Reuters documented 220 instances of threats, intimidation, and violence. School officials or parents in 15 different counties received or witnessed threats they considered serious enough to report to police. Seeking to ward off such vindictiveness, some school districts began censoring and firing teachers accused of disturbing their students' racial mores. In 2021, the occasional firing or statement, however, was not enough to stop the attacks. Frustrated with what they deemed a school system heading in the wrong direction and denying parents their rights, a group called Moms for Liberty organized to change the balance of power on local school boards. By 2022, the group claimed to have 100,000 members in 42 states and had flipped 17 different districts. In Berkeley County, South Carolina, for instance, Moms for Liberty endorsed to help elect 6 school board members who then fired the district's black superintendent and banned critical race theory within 2 hours of being sworn into office. In their best-selling Battle for the American Mind, Pete Hegseth, this is the alleged cocaine-snorting, woman-raping, abusing current Secretary of Defense, and David Goodwin call on more parents to join the insurgency to save our children from Marxism, racial indoctrination, and anti-religion. Reminiscent of the 1840s when commentators scored textbooks and newspapers for any hint of abolition or northern bias, the current movement sees the enemy's bias hiding everywhere. From kindergarten to the 12th grade, it is, as Hegseth and Goodwin put it, it's a 16,000-hour war for our kids and our country, consistent with the insurgency mentality. By December 2023, Donald Trump was promising, if reelected president in 2024, he would root out Marxist hostility to Judeo-Christian teachings in public schools, terminate the radicals who have infiltrated the Federal Department of Education, abolish teacher tenure, and certify teachers who embrace patriotic values. This environment, a new kind of silence is falling over the nation's classrooms. On newly sensitive subjects, teachers can't teach, librarians can't share books, and students can't learn, at least not freely at school. As Bernard Powers, the founding director of the College of Charleston Center for the Study of Slavery, said, a teacher who is faced with teaching the causes of the Civil War might have trepidations as to what they can say and what they ought not say. The consequences of getting it wrong would be their losing their job. Rather than helping us find common ground to bridge differences, public education policy is channeling our country's divisions. The historical parallels between these current events and the antebellum period raise disturbing questions. Is educational opportunity for students of color hopelessly constrained by a perpetual cycle of retrenchment? Can reasoned debate replace comforting dogma? Can public education rise above our divided politics and serve its democratic purposes when we need it most? Or will we inevitably succumb to polarization? The quest to rewrite our nation's racial narratives through education, a task envisioned at least a century and a half ago, remains unfinished but not lost. If this book reveals anything, it is no structure for repressing education was ever dominant enough to eliminate human agency. The story of Black literacy and freedom of thought is one of continual tension, with factions competing at every level to secure their vision of the world, or at least carve out a space for it. More specific lessons emerge too. Knowledge truly is power. The power to keep a person enslaved in mind and body, but also the power to resist oppression, the power to seize the reins of self government, and the power to warp society or reform it. But knowledge, or more precisely, literacy, is also food for the soul. As today's world reduces education to test scores, a commodity, job preparation, the antebellum period reveals it to be much more. Access to education transformed enslaved and formerly enslaved people's view of the world, its possibilities, and their position in it. As the country fights over young people's education again today, it should take stock of what is at stake, the damage it does when it fails our children, and the danger of politicizing something so essential. History repeated illustrates the imposing or lifting of educational roadblocks as one of the gravest decisions society can make. Decisions made 2 centuries ago still reverberate across generations. What follows are the most salient events in the world of Black literacy, some painful, some inspiring, some almost inevitable. Viewed with a dose of humility, they offer not just a reflection of the past, but a guide to the future. Okay, how y'all like that? That's one of my books that I got that I wanted to. Got this when I was in the hospital, and I'm going to keep this around because we're going to, unless y'all want me to do a little bit more of this. Let's see. But I thought to do that intro. I want to do the Lynch book. Y'all ready? I see y'all beginning to come in, so this is my intro, my gateway drug. I'm gonna read a little bit of this. In fact, I'm gonna share some of this. I'm gonna add a little piece of this. I'm gonna read a little bit of David Walker's appeal before I get to the lynching, because it's gonna be fun. And for all of the people who hate Christianity, this is this disgusting thing among real Christianity, not the fake. You're ignorant so-and-sos, Black folks who don't know the real from the bad. You're pathetic. Okay, and so if you hear the language of people who died for your asses, they're not talking about Juju and they're not talking about Muhammad. Okay, I'm not saying believe what you want, but don't try to change. Don't do the same thing that book was talking about. White racist slaveocracy people did. Don't do it in your own culture, pretending stuff isn't what it is because you have a certain bias. That's just it's stupid. So I'm going to do a little bit of David Walker's appeal because the little lynching things are short pieces. And this is David Walker's appeal to the colored citizens of the world. And this was written way back by 1827. It scared the shit out of people. It was written September 28th, 1829. And then it was revised again in 1830. And so this is a limited edition. So let me see. I'm going to read the preface to the third edition and some more, so you can hear what folk were saying. This is David Walker. It will be recollected that I, in the first edition of my appeal, promised to demonstrate in the course of which vis-a-vis in the course of my appeal to the satisfaction of the most incredulous mind, that we colored people of these United States are the most wretched, degraded, and abject beings that ever lived since the world began, down to the present day, and that the white Christians of America who hold us in slavery, or more properly speaking, pretenders to Christianity, treat us more cruel and more barbarous than any heathen nation did any people whom it had subjected or reduced to the same condition that the Americans, who are notwithstanding looking for the millennium day, have us. All I ask is for a candid and careful perusal of this third and last edition of my appeal, where the world may see that we, blacks, listen to this, blacks, or colored people, are treated more cruel by the white Christians of America than the devils themselves ever treated a set of men, women, or children on this earth. It is expected that all colored men, women, and children who are not deceitful, abject, and servile to resist the cruelties and murders inflicted upon us by the white slaveholders are enemies by nature. Of every nation, language, and tongue under heaven, will try to procure a copy of this appeal, read it, or get someone to read it to them, for it is designed more particularly for them. Let them remember that though our cruel oppressors and murderers may, if possible, treat us more cruel, as the Pharaoh did the children of Israel, yet the God of the Ethiopians has been pleased to hear our moans in consequence of oppression, and the day of our redemption from abject wretchedness draweth near, when we shall be enabled, in the most extended sense of the word, to stretch forth our hands to the Lord our God. But there must be a willingness on our part for God to do these things for us, for we may be assured that he will not take us by the hair of our heads against our will and desire, and drag us from our very mean, low, abject condition. My dearly beloved brethren and fellow citizens, having traveled over a considerable portion of these United States, and having in the course of my travels taken the most accurate observations of things as they exist, the result of my observations has warranted the full and unshaken conviction that we, colored people of these United States, are the most degraded, wretched, and abject set of human beings that ever lived since the world began. And I pray that God, that none like us ever may live again until time shall be no more. They tell us of the Israelites in Egypt, the Helots in Sparta, and of the Roman slaves, which last were made up of almost every nation under heaven, whose suffering under those ancient and heathen nations were in comparison with ours, under this enlightened and Christian nation, no more than a cipher, or in other words, those heathen nations of antiquity had but a little more among them than the name and form of slavery, while the wretchedness and endless miseries were reserved, apparently, in a fial, to be poured out upon our fathers ourselves and our children by white Christian Americans. These positions I shall endeavor, by the help of the Lord, to demonstrate in the course of this appeal, to the satisfaction of the most incredulous mind. And may God Almighty, who is the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, open your hearts to understand and believe the truth. The causes, my brethren, which produce our wretchedness and miseries are so numerous and aggravating that I believe the pen only of a Josephus or a Plutarch can well enumerate and explain them. Upon the subjects, then, of such incomprehensible magnitude, so impenetrable and so notorious, I shall be obliged to omit a large class and content myself, with giving you an exposition of a few of those, which do indeed rage to such an alarming pitch that they cannot but be a perpetual source of terror and dismay to every reflecting mind. I am fully aware, in making this appeal to my much afflicted, suffering brethren, I shall not only be assailed by those whose greatest earthly desires are to keep us in abject ignorance and wretchedness, and who are in the firm conviction that heaven has designed us and our children to be slaves and beasts of burden to them and their children. I say, I do not only expect to be held up to the public as an ignorant, imprudent, and restless disturber of the public peace by such an avaricious creatures, as well as a mover of insubordination, and perhaps to be put in prison or to death for giving a superficial exposition of our miseries and exposing tyrants. But I am persuaded that many of my brethren, particularly those who are ignorantly in league with the slaveholders or tyrants, who acquire their daily bread by the blood and sweat of their more ignorant brethren, and not a few of those too, he's talking about coons, who are too ignorant to see that an inch beyond their noses, will rise up and call me cursed. Yea, the jealous ones among us will perhaps use more abject subtlety by affirming that this work is not worth perusing, that we are all well situated, and there's no use in trying to better our condition, for we cannot. I will ask one question here. Can our condition be any worse? Can it be any more mean and abject? If there are any changes, will they not be for the better, though they may appear to be for the worst at first? Can they get us any lower? Where can they get us? They are afraid to treat us worse, for they know well the day that they do it, they are gone. But against all accusations which may or can be preferred against me, I appeal to heaven for my motive in writing. Who knows that my object is, if possible, to awaken in the breast of my afflicted, degraded, and slumbering brethren a spirit of inquiry and investigation respecting our liberties and the wretchedness in this Republican land of liberty. The sources from which our miseries are derived, and on which I shall comment, I shall not combine in one, but shall put them under distinct heads to expose them in their turn, and doing which, keeping the truth on my side, and not departing from the strictest rules of morality, I shall endeavor to penetrate, search out, and lay them open for your inspection. If you cannot or will not profit by them, I shall have done my duty to you, my country, and my God. As the inhuman system of slavery is the source from which most of our miseries proceed, I shall begin with that curse to nations, which has spread terror and devastation through so many nations of antiquity, and which is raging to such a pitch at the present day in Spain and Portugal. It had one tug in England, in France, and in the United States of America, yet the inhabitants thereof did not learn wisdom, and erase it entirely from their dwellings and from all with whom they have to do. The fact is, the labor of slaves comes so cheap to the avaricious usurpers, and is, as they think, of such great utility to the country where it exists, that those who are actuated by sordid avarice only, overlook the evils, which will, as sure as the Lord lives, follow after the good. In fact, they are so happy to keep in ignorance and degradation and to receive the homage and the labor of slaves, they forget that God rules in the armies of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth, having his ears continually open to the cries, tears, and groans of his oppressed people, and being a just and holy being will one day appear fully on behalf of the oppressed and arrest the progress of the avaricious oppressors. For although the destruction of the oppressors God may not affect by the oppressed, yet the Lord our God will bring other destructions upon them. For not unfrequently will he cause them to rise up one against another, to be split and divided, and to oppress each other, and sometimes open hostility with the sword in hand. Some may ask, what is the manner with which united and happy people? Some say it is the cause of the political usurpers, tyrants, oppressors, etc. But it has not, but has not the Lord an oppressed and suffering people among them? Does the Lord condescend their cries and to see their tears and the consequence of oppression? Will he let oppressors rest comfortably and happy always? Will he not cause the very children of the oppressors to rise up against them and oftentimes put them to death? God works his ways and his wonders to perform. I will not here speak of the destruction which the Lord brought upon Egypt, and consequences of the oppression and consequent groans of the oppressed, of the hundreds and thousands of Egyptians whom God hurled in the Red Sea for afflicting his people in their land, of the Lord's suffering the people of Sparta and Laodamon, and the land of the truly famous Lycurgus. Nor have I time to comment upon the cause that produced the fierceness in which Sulla usurped the title and absolutely acted as dictator of the Roman people, the conspiracy of Catiline, the conspiracy against the murder of Caesar in the Senate House, the spirit with which Mark Antony made himself master of the Commonwealth, his associating Octavius and Lepidus with himself in power, and their dividing the province of Rome among themselves, their attack and defeat on the plains of Philippi, of the last defenders of their liberty, Brutus and Cassius, the tyranny of Tiberius, and from him to the final overthrow of Constantinople by the Turkish Sultan Muhammad II, A.D. 1453. I say I shall not take up the time to speak of the causes which produce so much wretchedness and massacre among those heathen nations, for I am aware that you know too well that God is just as well as merciful. I shall call your attention a few moments to the Christian nation, the Spaniards, while I shall leave almost unnoticed the avaricious and cruel people, the Portuguese, among whom all hearted Christians and lovers of Jesus Christ must evidently see of the judgments of God displayed. To show the judgments of God against the Spaniards, I shall occupy a little time, leaving plenty of room for a candid and unprejudiced to reflect. All persons who are acquainted with history, particularly the Bible, who are not blinded by the God of this world and are not actuated solely by avarice, who are able to lay aside prejudice long enough to view candidly and partially things as they are and probably will be, who are willing to admit that God made man to serve him alone, and that man should have no other Lord or lords but himself, that God Almighty is the sole proprietor or master of the whole human family, and will not, on any consideration, admit of a colleague being unwilling to divide his glory with another, and who can despise with prejudice long enough to admit that we are men, notwithstanding our prominent noses and woolly hair, or woolly heads, and believe that we feel for our fathers, mothers, wives, children, as well as the whites do for theirs. I say, all who are permitted to see and believe these things can easily recognize the judgment of God among the Spaniards. Though others may lay the cause the fierceness with which they cut each other's throats to some other circumstance, yet they who believe in God, that God is a God of justice, will still believe that slavery is the principal cause. While the Spaniards are running about upon the field of battle, cutting each other's throats, has not the Lord afflicted suffering upon a people in the midst of them, whose cries and groans in consequence of oppression are continually pouring into the ears of the God of justice? Would they not cease to cut each other's throats if they could? But how can they? The very support which they drew from the government from the aid them in the perpetuating of such enormities, does it not arise in a great degree from the wretchedness of the victims of oppression among them? And yet they are calling for peace, peace. Will any peace be given to them? Their destruction may indeed be procrastinated a while, but it can continue long while they are oppressing the Lord's people. Ha! Has he not heard the hearts of all men in his hand? Will he suffer one part of his creatures to go on oppressing another like brutes always with impunity, and yet those avaricious wretches are calling for peace? I declare it does not appear to me as though some nations think God is asleep, or that he has made the Africans for nothing else but to dig their mines and work their farms, or they cannot believe history sacred or profane. I ask every man who has a heart and is blessed with the privilege of believing, is not God a God of justice to all his creatures? Do you say he is? If he gives peace and tranquility to tyrants, and permits them to keep our fathers, our mothers, ourselves, and our children in eternal ignorance and wretchedness, to support them and their families, would he not be to us a God of justice? I ask, O ye Christians, who hold us and our children and the most abject ignorance and degradation that ever a people were afflicted with since the world began. I say, if God gives you peace and tranquility and suffers you thus to go afflicting us and our children, who have never given you the least provocation, would he be to us a God of justice? If you will allow that we are men who feel for each other, does not the blood of our fathers and us, their children, cry aloud to the Lord of Sabbath against you for the cruelties and murders with which you have and continue to afflict us? But it is time for me to close my remarks on the suburbs and just enter more fully into the interior of this system of cruelty and oppression. What y'all say? I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna start back. When I resume, I'm gonna resume in Article 1. But that's the beginning of David Walker's appeal. I'm gonna come back to Article 1. I want to do my lynching book while I'm fully into it. Comments, thoughts. They're just 6 people. Everybody went to bed early. There must be some sports game. Well, I don't pay attention to sports games. Where's my book on lynching? Where'd I put it? I got so much junk up here. Let me get my lynching book. Yep. Here it is. These are going to be shorter. Wait a minute. That's not the lynching book. Wait 1 second. It's on my sign. Where'd I put it? There. Oh, here it is. There we go. The moment we've been waiting for. The women lynching. I'm going to do some of these. How y'all like this? I'm going to get to talk about lynching. And I'm not going to do all of these, but I'm going to do some of these. It's going to be good. Let me do some of these. I'm going to do the introduction to this. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to talk about women getting lynched and the feminists don't care, missing black women being destroyed by Depo-Provera, and the feminists don't care. And God, black women, damn, wake the fuck up. I don't care if I make y'all mad. And yeah, I'll marry a white woman before I put up with this kind of ignorance. Quote me. Starting on my book, and I'm going to do some of this. I'm going to peruse this. And I'm only going to do the black ones. I'm going to be a bigot. Lynchings of women in the United States. The recorded cases 1851 to 1946 by Carrie Seagrave. And please note, they killed plenty and burnt up and dogged lots and lots and lots of black women way before then. Good night, Miss Strouser. I'm going to do the preface introduction, and then we're going to start doing these. Preface. This book is about the lynching of women in America over the last almost 100 years, from 1851 to 1946. That was a period dictated because of the lack of material outside of those dates. There have been no documented cases of women being lynched in America since 1946. That's not true, but you know, she's not honest, right? Okay, that there've been black women lynched since then. Like that woman whose body was chopped up, remember, within the last 2 years. You know, that's why you have to write your own history. No incidents appear to have been documented in the period of 1800 to 1850. I bet you if I start looking, I'll find them. But then again, you didn't need lynching. The masses and other people killed folks, beat people to death. You just did what you wanted. You wrote it up as you wanted to do it. Okay, lynching primarily occurred amongst people that were free, and or once people, you know, when you own people, you could kill them and do what you want, sell them off. Lynching is something that you do when people, you don't own them. For the purpose of this book, lynching is defined as an extrajudicial murder of someone by a mob, defined herein as 3 or more people for a variety of reasons. Victims were sometimes taken out of jail cells or removed from the custody of law enforcement officials with justice denied or suborned. Often the lynching was to reinforce something vague and undefined, such as social norms. Often the lynching was to maintain the status quo, as when whites lynched blacks to maintain and reinforce their position of power and dominance, and what they saw as the inferiority of the black race. And most lynchings fell in the category. Almost all the lynchers were white, and about 78% of the reported lynchings victims were black. In order for a case to be included in this book, it had to appear on one of several sources, the most important being the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples list, or on the lynching calendar available on the Autopsy website. Other sources were used in the various online newspaper databases, such as the ProQuest series on historical newspapers, which included the New York Times, the Chicago Tribune, the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post, the Atlanta Constitution, and the Chicago Defender, among others. Mind you, black newspapers wouldn't have wanted to publish that because they'd come after them. They don't really know. This is what you can get. Understand. Always assume whatever number they have, it's 2, 3, 4, 10 times as many. Also search for various state historical newspapers and databases available online, such as the Missouri State Historical Newspaper website and similar websites for Utah, Colorado, and others. Also used were individual newspaper online historically, such as the Brooklyn Eagle, as well as, I'm going to skip this. Okay, good. Introduction. To condemn and punish by lynch law was a practice that came to the United States in the late 1700s. In those early years, the infliction of punishment was usually limited to such things as whipping, tarring, and feathering, or the like. Fairly soon, though, to lynch someone meant to inflict only one type of punishment to the victim, capital punishment. The Old English Dictionary's second edition defined lynch law as the practice of inflicting summary punishment upon an offender by a self-constituted court armed with no legal authority, but limited to how the summary execution. According to the entry, the origin of the term had not been determined. It was often stated that the expression arose from the activities of Charles Lynch, a justice of the peace in Virginia, who in 1782 was indemnified by the Act of Virginia Assembly for having illegally fined and imprisoned certain Tories in 1780. However, Mr. Albert Matthews was said to have shown that there was no evidence to show that Charles Lynch ever concerned in such acts as those from 1718 onward were designated as lynch laws. It was possible that the perpetrators of those acts may have claimed that the infliction of punishment not sanctioned by the laws of the nation, they were following the example of Lynch, or there may have been some other man of that name who organized or was an organizer of such activities. Such speculated the term was derived from the name of Lynch Creek in South Carolina, which was known to have had in 1768 a meeting place of regulators, a band of men whose objective was to supply what they perceived as lacking in the Carolinas, a regular administration of criminal justice, who committed many acts of violence and those suspected of Toryism. As far as the Oxford English Dictionary is concerned, particulars supplied by an A. Ellicott, along with evidence, clearly established the fact that the originator of the lynch law was Captain William Lynch of Pittsylvania, Virginia. According to Ellicott, the self-created judicial tribunal was first organized in the state of Virginia about the year 1776. My God. With another piece of evidence giving the date definitively as 1780. According to the the Oxford English Dictionary, the first public appearance of the term lynch law came in 1811, then in 1817, and then in 1819, referring mostly to things that happened in the late 1700s. The lynchment associated with the purpose for punishing crimes in a summary way, without tedious technical forms of our court's justice, went the 1811 reference. Related terms such as lynch or lyncher or lynch mob or judge lynch, a general description of the practice, all made their first appearance in print in the mid to late 1830s, and the online historical newspaper database, Newspaper Online, which has at least some materials going back to the end of the 1700s. The first appearance of such terms were in 1835 and 1836. In the 18th century, Pittsylvania County was plagued by criminals who could not be dealt with by the courts, which were too remote. That led to an agreement to punish such criminals without due process of law. Both the practice and punishment came to be called lynch law after Captain William Lynch, who reportedly drew up a compact on September 22nd, 1780, with a group of his neighbors, stating that Pennsylvania had sustained great and intolerable losses by a set of lawless men that have hitherto escaped the civil power with impunity. Those who signed the compact agreed to respond to reports of criminality in their area by confronting the person or persons suspected of a crime. And if they did not desist from their evil practices, we will inflict such a corporal punishment on him or them as to all of us seem adequate to the crime committed or the damage sustained. If lynching became a method of punishing alleged suspects for specific crimes, that is, a dispensing of justice where officially constituted justice was deemed non-existent or too slow, it quickly changed into something else. It changed from a non-capital capital punishment, and it moved away from punishing people for specific misdeeds to a practice that was mostly existed to reinforce social norms such as racism in the South and to help various social classes maintain and impose their views and beliefs on other classes, the outgroups. In the end of the practice, lynching was no longer about supplying justice when it was not provided by the state, but it was about power, control, terror, and intimidation. It was about rage and hate, and the unleashing of all that was bestial in humankind. Writing in the Criminal Justice Review, David V. Baker looked at black female executions and historical content and found the lynching of women had an antecedent in legal execution of female slaves. Beginning with the execution of Massachusetts of Maria, a young slave woman for arson, and murder in 1681, the officials executed 58 slave women before 1790 and 126 women from 1790 to emancipation. That is 3 times as many slave women that were executed in antebellum slavery as in colonial slavery. Of the 109 slave women executed for murder where historical records sufficiently identified the victims, 67 murdered a family member of their master's family and 35 murdered unrelated victims. White people constituted more than 95% of the victims of slaves condemned to hang in colonial Virginia. An example was Slave Jenny, hanged in chains for poisoning death of her master in Maryland in 1770. It amounted to a punishment of death by starvation. Authorities in Virginia burned alive a slave named Eve for poisoning her master with the spiked glass of milk. After the execution, officials quartered Eve's body and displayed it in public. Sexual brutality often marked a slave woman's life, and later, after emancipation, it was often visited upon the females who were lynched. Celia, who was judicially executed in Missouri in one such case in the slave era, 70-year-old Robert Newsom bought a 14-year-old Celia and forced sexual relations on her immediately after the purchase, and reportedly one night when Newsom went to Celia's cabin to rape her yet again, she hit him with a piece of wood, killing him instantly. Celia was pregnant for the 3rd time by Newsom and quite ill when Newsom approached her for the last time. On the occasion of her trial, the court was concerned only whether Celia had the right to defend herself against her master's assault. The trial judge declared that she had no such right. As far as the court was concerned, Celia had no sexual rights over her own body because she was Newsom's property, and she should have submitted to the demands of her master. Celia was found guilty of murder and executed by hanging December 21st, 1855. Baker found that legal and duly constituted jurisdictions executed far fewer black women during Reconstruction than in the colonial and antebellum slavery. Records confirm that 5 black women were hanged for murder between 1866 and 1877, mostly in southern jurisdictions. One incident happened in Kentucky when authorities hung a 12-year-old Eliza in February 1868 for murdering Walter Graves, a 2-year-old white child who was in her care. The babysitter confessed to the killing after the family's white neighbors threatened her with lynching. During the girl's trial, the judge rendered her confession involuntary and inadmissible given the threat she had received. However, a jury still convicted Eliza of murder. By 1866, Southern states had enacted codes to regulate the lives of black people. After 1865, newly emancipated black women swelled the ranks of Southern prison populations, with black females numbering 40 to 70% of all women committed to Southern penitentiaries, contributing to the reduced legal executions of black women during Reconstruction, argued Baker. was an increase in white violence against black people as a means of imposing punishment. Black lynchings became commonplace during Reconstruction, he wrote. Racial violence was a pervasive feature of everyday life for black people during that period, with Southern whites employing the activities of vigilante groups to terrorize blacks. Thus, the assault, murder, lynching, and politically repression and execution of black people continued through Reconstruction. And Baker's view, the vulnerability of black women to white male sexual violence was greater in the postbellum period than it had been during slavery. Jim Crow segregation came to dominate as an institutional means of subordinating blacks with the collapse of Reconstruction, and by 1890, Southern society had fully established legal separation of black people. That Jim Crow era ushered in another killing period for black people. Judicial and extrajudicial executions killed more than 8,100 black people in the period, reported Baker. The white justice system killed 4,707 black prisoners, while white lynch mobs killed another 3,445 blacks. The killing of black women was particularly heinous. White mobs lynched white females, but there's no confirmation of this. White female victims suffered the savagery inflicted on black women. I'm sorry. Okay, there's no confirmation that white female victims suffered the savagery inflicted on black women, concluded Baker. Between 1882 and 1968, the Tuskegee Institute recorded 3,437 lynchings of black people and 1,293 lynchings of white people, lynching in the United States. Numbers of the lynchings prior to around 1880 seem to be non-existent, although the totals for these years after seem to be reasonably reliable. Dr. Arthur Rapper was commissioned in 1930 to produce a report on lynching. He found about 3,724 people were lynched in America from 1889 to 1930. Over 80% of those victims were black. Less than 1/6 had been accused of rape. Practically all of the lynchers were native whites. The fact that the number of the victims that were tortured, mutilated, dragged, or burned suggests the presence of sadistic tendencies among the lynchers. Of the tens of thousands of lynchers and onlookers, only 49 were indicted and only 4 have been sentenced. More or less, the accurate numbers of lynching exist for later years due to the pioneer work in compiling such records was undertaken by the NAACP and was found in the publication of 30 Years of Lynching in the United States. For a period of 1889 to 1918, the NAACP found 3,224 lynching victims across America. 2,522, 78.2% were black victims, and 702, 21.8% were white victims of lynch mobs. Of a total number of lynchings, 390, 12.1% of the lynchings that took place in the north and west of the nation, while 2,834, 87.9% took place in the south. For that period, the NAACP found a total of 61 females. 0.185% were lynched. 50 of them were black, 11 were white women. Thus, white males comprised 98.5% of the 702 white victims, while black men totaled 2,472, 98% of the black of the 2,522 black victims. From the NAACP data, women were lynched in the following states in the period from 1889 to 1918. Alabama, 7 black women were lynched, no whites. Arkansas, 5 black women were lynched, no whites. Florida, 2 women were lynched, no whites. Georgia, 5 black women were lynched, no whites. Kentucky, 3 black women, 1 white woman. Louisiana, 4 black women, 1 white woman. Mississippi, 11 black women, 1 white woman. Nebraska, 1 white woman. North Carolina, 1 white woman. Oklahoma, 2 black women, no white woman. South Carolina, 4 black women, no white woman. Tennessee, 1 black woman and 2 white women. In Texas, 6 black women, 3 white women. And Virginia, no black woman, 1 white woman. Figures given in the lynching of women were slightly different. According to this source, the total number of women lynched in the United States from 1889 since 1899 was 83, 66 being black, 17 being white. These victims were spread over 17 states. It goes as follows: Mississippi, 14 blacks, 1 white; 8 blacks in Texas, 2 whites; 9 black women in Alabama, no whites; Georgia, 8 black women, no whites; Arkansas, 6 black women, 1 white; South Carolina, 6 black women, no whites; Louisiana, 4 black women, 1 white; Tennessee, 3 black women, 2 whites; Kentucky, 2 black women and 2 white women; Oklahoma, 2 black women and 2 white women; Florida, but 3 black women, no whites; Missouri, 1 black woman, 1 white woman; North Carolina, 1 white woman, no black woman; Virginia, 1 white woman, no black woman; Nebraska, no black woman, 1 white woman; West Virginia, 1 white woman, no black woman; Wyoming, 1 white woman, no black people. Somewhat different statistics were presented for the state of Mississippi and the lynching of Mississippi, a history 1865 to 1965 by Julius Thompson. For the period from 1890 to 1939, Thompson found 18 black women and no white women were lynched in Mississippi. The totals by decades that followed between 1890 and 1899, 184 black men and 6 black women, and 5 white men. Again, 184 black men were lynched, 6 black women were lynched, and 5 white men were lynched. Between 1900 and 1909, 137 black men, 4 black women, 11 white men. 1910 to 1919, 100 black men, 5 black women, 2 white men. 1920 to 1929, 60 black men, 2 black women, 2 white men. 1930 to 1939, 49 black men, 1 black woman, 2 white men. Overall, the entire period, 570 people were lynched in the state. 530 black men, which is 92.9%. Black women, 18, 3.1%. And 22 white men, 4%. James Albert Cutler in the Lynch Law presented different figures as well. During that period, he found a total of 40 black women and 23 white females had been lynched in America. While the lynching of men were pervasive and numbered into the thousands, it was relatively rare for women to be lynched, with the proportion of females lynched roughly being about 2% of the victims. It was rare relatively to lynch a black woman as it was to lynch a white woman. Part of that had likely to do with the place held in society by women. That is, they were viewed as nonviolent, passive, and the moral, ethical centers for humankind, and so forth. It was not fair play for a man to hit a woman, and apparently not fair play to lynch a woman. While black people were treated vilely in America during the period covered by this book, the women, as much as men, the treatment stopped short of lynching most of the time. The fact that women, black and white, were lynched relatively rarely and in the roughly the same proportion by race indicates when it came to lynching gender trumped race apparently. When a woman was lynched, sometimes it generated editorial comment from the newspaper, sometimes expressing rage over such activity and sometimes expressing surprise over the rarity of such a thing. When Charlotte Harris, she 1878, was taken from legal custody by a mob in Rockingham County, Virginia, and lynched. Her murder was decried in many news accounts. It was one of the first lynchings of a female that drew editorial comment. That is something other than a brief recounting of the facts. Remarking on the case, the Washington Post declared, "The lynching of a woman is the latest novelty in crime. More attention than usual may have been devoted to her case because the first women's rights movement was then in the first half decade of its life was drawing much media coverage. However, not all the observations of the media were critical of Harris's lynching. An editor of the independent newspaper of Helena, Arkansas, noted, the strong-minded females are continually raving about women being deprived of the rights that men enjoy. They have gained one point already. A woman was lynched last week in Virginia, a distinction that hitherto had been accorded to men only." After Miss Cuddigan, this is in 1884, and her husband, Michael, were lynched near Ouray, Colorado, in an editorial in the Leaderville Daily Herald, decried the application of the lynch law in general and added, the citizens of Ouray have distinguished themselves by the most outrageous and barbarous acts of lawlessness. They have lynched a woman. It is the boast of Americans that women's weakness will shield her from violence at the hand of a true American, except it be commanded into law. Continued the editor, the men of Ouray can find no apology for their brutal conduct by the plea that the woman was guilty. All the world knows the woman may have been coerced by the power of her husband and compelled to do such a thing she herself would naturally revolt. Lynch law was rarely excusable, he argued, and the application of the law was not so lax in Ouray that the public demanded a mob of strong men should drag a weak, defenseless woman out of jail in the middle of the night and choke her to death like they might a dog. I'm going to skip down. Bob Sims led a gang that clashed with the law around Mobile, Alabama in 1891. And in the first days of 1892, two members of that gang were his daughters, Beatrice Sims and Laura Sims, who most likely were lynched. It was not certain that they were lynched, but the evidence points to that conclusion. In the wake of the reports that the two women had been lynched, a journalist wrote, the South claims to be chivalrous to women beyond any section of the country in Christendom. Yet such things as hanging of a woman by lynch law could have scarcely happened in the North under any circumstances. Not long after the report of the lynching of the two women and their uncle, a terse denial of the murders, which raised more questions than it answered, was issued by a law enforcement official. However, few believed it. I want to get down to here. I want to do some of these cases. Let's do some cases. This is in the hometown of Henry Truman. This person's name is Cheney. October 27th, 1860. In the house of Mrs. Barnes, some 8 miles outside of Fulton, Missouri, lived a female only as Cheney, who was described on one account of being irascible and dangerous temper, who had frequently been enraged by one member of the Barnes household, an 18-year-old daughter, Susan Jemima Barnes. On Saturday morning, October 27, 1860, the slave Tenney was sent out to work in the cornfield, and the rest of the Barnes family went off attending a meeting of some sort, leaving Susan alone in the house. Upon returning home that afternoon, the family was horrified to find that Susan had been beaten to death, and the floors and the walls of the dwelling were splattered with blood. The dinner table had been set evidently by Susan, and her knitting work lay disarray on her kitchen floor. Evidence of a violent struggle could be found in the kitchen and other rooms of the house, with a trail of blood and gore also being found going from room to room. Susan was found with her head so beaten and damaged that virtually no bone remained unbroken. Besides a blunt instrument having been used as a weapon, it was believed a knife had also been used on the young woman. A coroner's inquest was held immediately, and Tenney was called before it, and where it was acknowledged that Tenney had had some difficulties with Susan, it was revealed on that day of the murder the slave had changed her dress. Due to her contradictory stories about the reason for changing the garment, suspicion was aroused. Thus, a search of the dress was started, and it was soon discovered hidden in the cornfield, completely covered with blood. That was sufficient evidence for the coroner's inquest to declare that Tenney had murdered Barnes. As well, a bloody and battered shovel was discovered. Reportedly, when Tenney was confronted with the discovered dress, she confessed to the murder. Immediately, she was placed in the custody of Deputy Constable Henry Willing, who rode off with his prisoner towards the jail in Fulton. Willing was worried by the rumblings among the spectators and neighbors that violence was the answer, so he left for the jail at once as fast as he could. However, he wasn't fast enough. A few miles from Fulton, a pursuing mob overtook Willing and his prisoner. The mob demanded Willing hand over his prisoner, and Willing, surrounded, outnumbered, alone, facing a mob of 40 to 50 men, gave the slave Tenney to the crowd. The mob took Tenney to the nearest tree, where they lynched her by hanging her until she was dead. September 10th, 1868, a unidentified black woman was found hung in Northport, Alabama. Miss Cummins, a black woman, September 1868, she was hung with her father and a friend. Black woman lynched with two black men. 1868, Pulaski County, Kentucky. Mrs. Henry Reed and Mrs. Matt Nichols, between October 4th and 8th, 1869. Okay, and we'll just run this down. On this date, in Jackson County, Florida, Mrs. Henry Reed, her husband, Henry Reed, their son, Mr. Reed, Mrs. Matt Nichols, and she herself, Mr. Nichols, and Mr. Nichols' son. Okay. These were all lynched together. All the above were listed as victims in the lynching calendar. While no specific confirmation was found with respect to the Reed family or the Nichols family, was a reference to Sam Fleischman, also in the lynching calendar, as having been lynched on October 5th, and the general disturbance between blacks and whites that took place around Marianna, Jackson County, Florida. At the time, according to the news report period from September 28th to October 4th, some half-dozen cold-blooded murders had been committed, and assassinations are the order of the day. Throughout the period, Marianna and the vicinity had been a state of lawlessness. Reportedly, Sam Fleischman, a Republican merchant, had been taken away from his family and business gang by a gang of desperados, carried to the state of Georgia, then forbidden to return under the pain of instant death. About 30 black people were quietly attending a picnic near Marianna when they were fired upon from an ambush. Wyatt Young, a leading colored Republican, and a little son of Benjamin Livingstone were killed in that attack. Colonel McClellan described a leader among the lawless men, and his daughter were sitting in the plaza of the hotel nearby, were fired at by the enraged blacks, with McClellan being seriously wounded, his daughter instantly killed. Armed men shot down at his door a black man named Oscar Greenberry and attacked another black constable who fled to the woods. pursued by an infuriated mob who searched the countryside for him for several days. A loyalist and a black man, while riding along together, were fired upon from the bushes, both being seriously wounded. Many citizens of the area were said to have been compelled to flee for their lives from the attacks of the desperados. Civil officers were described as being powerless to make arrests, to protect the innocent, or punish the guilty, or enforce the laws. It was also reported that the mob scoured the area on foot and horseback, armed to the teeth in numbers ranging from 12 to 30 men, and did not hesitate to shoot down any who incurred their displeasure. On October 13th, Florida Governor Harrison Reed announced a $20,000 reward would be paid for the arrest and conviction of the perpetrators who, on September 28th in Marianna, Florida, fired upon the picnic and killed Wyatt Young and Spencer Livington. September 1870, Miss John Symes, black woman, hung, lynched. Another unidentified black woman, Wilkinson, Georgia, September 13th, 1871, lynched with a white man. At midnight, September 13th, 1871, a party of unknown men gagged and killed Matthew Deason, sheriff of Wilkinson County, Georgia, and a black woman in his employ, and threw their bodies into a mill pond nearby. Their bodies were discovered on Friday morning, at which time it was found that Deason had a gunshot wound in the head, while the remains of the woman give evidence of having been badly mutilated with a knife. Mrs. Samuel Hawkins and Miss Hawkins saw a mother and a daughter alongside husband. On Friday night, November 1st, 1872, a band of armed men entered the house of Samuel Hawkins, a black man who lived in the Hickman precinct in Fayette County, Kentucky. The mob took Hawkins, his wife, and his daughter out of the house in the general direction of the Licking River. It was thought the mob drowned all three in that river. No reason was reported in the media as being the cause of the attack. No verified confirmation of the lynchings was found. Just came in and killed people. I had a judge call me last year to tell me they still come and get black people in the middle of the night in Kentucky. Just pick people up because they want to. We ain't free fools. Mrs. Ben French. She's lynched with her husband in Warsaw, Kentucky, between 11 p.m. and midnight on May 3rd, 1876. Ben French and his wife were taken from the county jail in that city where they had been incarcerated for poisoning an old wealthy black man named Jacob Jones. The couple were taken by a mob of masked men and hanged from the limbs of a tree about 2 miles from town. According to the report, the couple had invited Jones for tea, and while he was eating, Jones was seized with the symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Shortly thereafter, he died. The motive for the murder was thought to be a desire on the part of French's to obtain possession of some of the property owned by Jones. In the words of a reporter, the couple was regarded as bad characters, and not probable that any steps would be taken to discover the participants in the hanging. Charlotte Harris, Rockingham County, Virginia, 11 March 1878. The Harris case started on March 10, 1878, when a black boy named Jim Abergast was placed in jail in Rockingham County, Virginia, on the charge of having barn of Mr. Henry Sipe on February 28th. Because of the destruction of this barn, Sipe lost 2 horses, 2 head of cattle, and all of his agricultural implements. Investigation, though, was said to have revealed the fact that the torch was applied at the instigation of a black woman named Charlotte Harris, who was said to have had some grudge against the Sipe family. A warrant was procured for the arrest of Harris, and on that evening, Sipe and others who had set out to find her arrested her and returned with her in custody. They overtook her about 2 miles east of Earlyville in Albemarle County. I used to live in Albemarle County. And Harris was taken at once to the magistrate's in Malden, and Arkwright, who conducted preliminary investigation, with the evidence being described as strong against Harris. She was ordered committed to jail. At the conclusion of the examination, the hours being late, the woman was placed under strong guard to be maintained through the night, with Harris being to be transported the following morning to the county jail at Harrisburg. Apparently, she was held in someone's private dwelling or perhaps some public building. The guard was composed of 4 men. Things remained quiet for only a brief period of time because around 11 p.m., 2 men, with their faces blackened, rushed into the building with drawn revolvers and demanded the prisoner be handed over to them. While those 2 groups were talking, there was a sudden rush of many more armed men, all with faces blackened in the building. They seized Harris and dragged her off outside and up the road to some 400 yards to a tree. There, 5 members of the mob bent the tree down, and a rope was attached to them and to the neck of Harris. And as said a reporter, in another instant the tree was let go and the victim was jerked into midair, where in a few minutes she expired and the disguised lynchers disappeared. The reporter added it was an awful penalty for the crime which she had been accused, the like which has hardly been heard of or seen in the civilized community. Well, here's one, something. Millie Thompson, black. She was lynched with her brother, Bob Thompson, on July 29, 1880 in Jonesboro, Georgia. On the night of July 29, 1880 in Jonesboro, Georgia, a black man by the name of Joe Thompson was dragged out of his cabin and severely beaten by a mob of masked men. As well, his wife was seriously beaten, and his 16-year-old son, Bob, was wounded so seriously that he was not expected to live. His married daughter, Millie Thompson, often called Millie Johnson, was shot to death by the same mob. Oh my God, I have family that live here. My favorite cousins live here. Jesus. Judy Metz, black. April 9th, a very important day for me, 1881. On Sunday night, April 3rd, 1881, the barn of Mr. J.S. Blaylock at Martin's Depot, Lawrence County, South Carolina, was set on fire and burned to the ground. So near to the barn was the house that rumor quickly spread that the real purpose of the arson was also to burn down the Blaylock house. Mr. Blaylock conducted his own investigation and convinced himself that the arsonist was a black woman named Judy Metz who lived on his property. On Saturday, April 9th, Blaylock went to see Trial Justice N.S. Harris at Clinton, where he swore a warrant for her arrest. Harris placed the warrant in the hands of Constable Samuel Gray, who arrested Metz around 8 p.m. on a Saturday night and started taking her with him back to Clinton, 2 miles from Martin's Depot. A party of men on horseback overtook the constable and the prisoner. All members of the mob had masks over their faces. Some of the party took charge of the constable, some took charge of the prisoner. 2 groups then rode off in opposite directions. Gary was held in this section by the mob for about an hour and was told to get, which he did without delay. Returned to Clinton alone the next day. The body of Metz was found about a quarter mile from where the lynchers had taken her. Metz was found hanging from a tree. One day later, the coroner's inquest returned a verdict that Metz had come to their death by hanging at the hands of persons unknown to the jury. Mm. Harriet Finch. On the night of Monday, September 29th, 1885, three black men and one black woman, Jerry Finch and his wife Harriet Finch, Lee Tyson, and John Pattisall, were taken from their jail cell in Pittsboro, Chatham County, North Carolina, where they stood accused of the murder of the Finch and Gunther family by, by a mob and hung from a tree near the public road 1 mile from town. The lynching was viewed as a sequel to the murder of the Kent Finch family in Chatham on the night of July 4th, 1885. Oh my God. I used to live here. This is Jackson, Tennessee, people. Eliza Wood, Jackson, Tennessee. I've lived in Jackson 3-4 years. October 18th, 1886, Eliza Wood, a 70-year-old black woman, was taken from her jail cell in Jackson, Tennessee on the night of August 18th, 1886, and hung by a mob. She was in jail because she was accused of poisoning her employer, Mrs. Jessie Woolen, a white wife of a well-known citizen in the area. She maintained her innocence to the last. According to one account, she had a bad reputation. She was hung from a tree in the courthouse yard. I know where the courthouse is, guys. The mob waited for no more evidence than the fact that the dead woman's stomach contained traces of arsenic before white men seized the prisoner, tore her clothes off, stripped her, put a rope around her neck, and demanded a confession. None was forthcoming, and Woods remained silent as the mob dragged her naked through the streets by the neck. While hanging from the tree, Woods was riddled with bullets. Reportedly, sentiments in the community was in sympathy with the act. Despite the behavior of the lynchers, one newspaper report declared the mob was orderly and dispersed quietly. You know, when it's white women, they get a whole lot of detail. When it's a black woman, they're in and out. Okay, this is someone passing. I'm going to skip this. Roxy Elliott, killed in Centerville, Bibb County, Alabama, April 15th, 1891. Roxy Elliott was a black school teacher who gave birth to an illegitimate child around the 1st of April, 1891 in Centerville, Bibb County, Alabama. Her efforts to hide her shame, she carried an infant to a dense thicket where she tied a rope around the newborn's neck and hanged it from a tree, killing it. Later, the child was discovered by passing hunters, and the coroner's investigation brought out the facts of the case. Elliott was placed under arrest no later than April 5th. No other reports of the case appeared in the media, but a listing of a lynching calendar said that Roxy was lynched in Centerville, April 15th, 1891. Mother of Wesley Lee. John Barrentine, Wesley Lee, Monroe Walters, and the mother of Wesley Lee, all blacks, were hanged by a mob in Lowndes County, Mississippi, that happened around May 1st, 1891. The allegations is that someone tried to poison someone, so they hung all four of them. Hung the boy's mama. Two people, along with their husband, Ella Williams and Eliza Lowe, 7th of August, 1891. On Friday, July 31st, 1891, the residence of William Davis, a prominent farmer in Henry County, Alabama, was burnt to the ground, with the family near escaping with their lives. 2 days later, on Sunday, August 2nd, Ella Williams was arrested and confessed to saturating the house with coal oil and setting it on fire. Her confession implicated her husband, William Williams, and the married couple named Willis Lowe and Eliza Lowe. On Friday, August 7th, the other three were arrested. While the officers were transporting all four of them to jail, a mob overpowered the officers, seized the prisoners, and shot them to death and threw their bodies into a nearby river. Lou Stevenson, September 27th, 1891. On Saturday night, September 26, 1891, a black woman named Lou Stevenson called a white bartender, John Davis, outside his saloon in Hollandale, Missouri. When Stevenson engaged Davis in a conversation, a black man named Grant White appeared on the scene and shot Davis dead without provocation and for no apparent reason. Lou was detained immediately while White fled the area, only to be quickly captured. Speculation was Stevenson and White conspired to kill Davis, although no motive was reported. When the pair was reunited at the scene of the crime, an infuriated mob hung both White and Stevenson to a railroad bridge. Mrs. Martin. During the period of 1890 to 1891, a celebrated barn burning case had excited Sumner County, Tennessee. 8 blacks and white men were charged with burning barns in the county. 1 black was lynched by a mob near Henderson. I know where Henderson is. 1 died before trial, and the remaining 7 were brought to trial in Gallatin. However, that trial ended in a hung jury. The second trial took place in the fall of 1891, with 2 of the defendants found guilty and sent to the penitentiary. 2 of them were given a new trial. The remaining 3 were acquitted. Among the latter, 2 black brothers with the surname Martin. The Martins wanted to leave the county for good. However, they returned around Christmas time, 1891. On Tuesday, February 2nd, 1892, the mob went in the cabin where the boys were staying with their mother and ordered them to come out. When the brothers refused to do so, the mob began to fire their weapons through the window and killed Miss Martin, the mother of the 2 men. Miss Hap Briscoe, February 10th, 1892, in Keogh, Arkansas. Hap Briscoe and his wife and son were arrested and placed in a small house in Keogh, Arkansas. All were shot to death by a small group of masked men who stormed into the house on February 10th, 1892. An unidentified black woman was found hanging on the 12th of March, 1892 in Rayville, Louisiana. A lifeless form of a black female was found dangling from a tree on a road leading to Rayville, Louisiana on Saturday, March 12, 1892. It was identified as that of 15-year-old servant of W.R. Helmer, who resided at the Grenville Place some 20 miles from Rayville. Reportedly, the girl became offended at a black man also employed at the same place, and seeking revenge upon this man, decided to put rough on rats, the trade name of a readily available arsenic-based poison that households use to deal with vermin, in his coffee. However, she put the poison in the coffee intended for the family meal. About 9 persons drinking it became very ill, although all did recover. When confronted, the service girl alleged she attempted to kill her target, and she did not care particularly who else suffered. On Friday night, few men set out to escort the girl to jail at Rayville, but they had not gone very far when a party of masked men overtook them and strung the girl up from a tree at the first crossing. November 2nd, 1892, in Calhoun Parish, Louisiana, an unidentified black man, an unidentified black woman, a father A black man by the name of John Hastings was arrested and jailed on Saturday, October 29th, 1892, for the murder of Zip Norman of Calhoun Parish, Louisiana. A son of Hastings was killed while resisting arrest at the same time. Then on November 2nd, a daughter and another son of Hastings were both lynched. One account noted that neither had any connection to the Norman murder. A few days later, John Hastings was taken from his jail cell in Jonesville, Louisiana, and by mob and hanged. Mahalia Jackson and Louisa Carter, September 10th, 1893. In early September 1893, Thomas Woodworth, a highly respected citizen of the community, and his 5 children who lived in Quincy, Mississippi, were taken violently ill and 2 of the children died. 2 weeks later, Thomas and others still lingered, but reported to have little hope of recovery. Quincy was 137 miles east of Memphis. Examination of the will and the Woodruff property disclosed 3 packages of Rough-on Rats, an arsenic-based pesticide. In it, suspicion pointed to a black man named Ben Jackson, who was arrested. During the inquest that followed, a mob of not masked men took Jackson from the officers at the inquest and hung him. A day later, September 10th, the coroner's jury examined Mahalia Jackson, Ben's wife, and Louisa Lou Carter, his mother-in-law. They both testified to a knowledge of Ben's intention to purchase poison for the purpose of putting it down Woodruff's well, but the jury discharged them nonetheless. Once again, a group of armed men formed up, took 2 women outside and hanged them as participants in the conspiracy. As well, the woman testified that Rufus Broyles, a well-known black man in the neighborhood, had supplied the money with which to buy the poison. After the first lynching, Broyles hid himself away and avoided detection until September 14th, when he was seen in the community of Woodhall, a few miles from Quincy. Later that day, he was seen again. On that occasion, his dead body was hanging from the limb of a tree. How y'all doing? I can stop here. I'll come back to this, but I don't see no feminism in here. I don't see no women's support. And I haven't even gotten to the 40s. I'm in the 1890s. I want the one back in the 1940s when they string up the black women and shoot the pregnant black lady. I think that's in Douglas, Georgia. I know that's where it is. It has to be. It has to be. A lot of people don't know about these. There's certain areas. My God, I have lived in these places where these lynchings took place. Mm-hmm. Yep. Monroe, Georgia, 1946. I knew where it was. Mm-hmm. Wow. We'll come back to this. I'm going to take a break, but I'm going to be bringing in other short readings and then do more substantial ones. One thing I did want to read from, because I have friends that are legal people, I have this book by George McDowell Strout called A Sketch of the Laws Related to Slavery in Several States of the United States of America. And you'll find some of these things, these laws, some of which are still on the books that they had for black people, are so terrible. People need to understand how bad it is. I used this book for my thesis years ago, and it will be interesting to return to it. Let me see how this breaks down, because I would love to share some of this just for you to hear what they can do to someone. People have no idea how many laws they had where they could just kill you, burn you, chop your ear off. This is all laws here. They'll tell you about medieval Europe, we had that right here. So I want to encourage people get some rest. Tomorrow will be Monday, and I don't know. I'll take a nap, and I may get back up and do some more. I have a whole bunch. I'm far behind, and I will be looking at many things: justice, race, communists. I'll be looking at police, but I'm gonna stop here so we can get back at that. But I hope that was interesting. Lynching of black women, and hmm. And I have another book on black women and Jim Crow and how they framed all the black women, put them in jail. We're going to continue to do this because the only way you can get people to leave feminism is to educate them as to why they need to stop. So I'm going to stop for now. You guys know, come back, share this with somebody, and I'll be doing a lot more, doing pieces and more. All right, let me stop here. We'll reconnect a little bit later today. Ching.